Hello, good morning, everybody, to the second day of the fourth Applied AI conference. My name is Matthias Gradner, and I'm here with my partner in crime, Clemens Wasner from AI Austria.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. So to give you a brief rundown, what awaits you on day number 2, it's called the Applied AI in Corporate Day. And for this year, we wanted to put the spotlight not just on, let's say, small use cases, which large companies, of course, have conducted over the course of the years, but rather put those companies on the stage that really went all in AI. So what do we mean with this? Either through mergers and acquisitions, through digital products, new business units, and so on. So for this, we put together a very diverse portfolio of companies.
And also speakers. And we switch over right now to our Advantage Austria office in Paris, to my colleague and innovation officer, Melchior Faure, who will do a short intro of the panel that's ahead. We'll have a look at France and how a French corporate is making use of AI in their processes. So let's see if we have a connection. Hello, good morning. Bonjour, Melchior.
Bonjour, Matthias. Bonjour, Clemens. Thank you very much for this short introduction. My name is Melchior Faure, and I'm the innovation officer here at the Advantage Austria office in Paris. I'm very pleased to welcome our guest for this keynote on AI use cases in France. And France launched in November 2018 an innovation strategy in the field of AI. The French government wanted to create a new ecosystem regarding research in AI, and 4 institutes were created in Paris, Grenoble, Toulouse, and Nice. But we are here to talk about company use cases, and to do so, AI Austria, Advantage Austria, collaborated with the French hub of AI, France Hub IA. So I'm very pleased to welcome Julian Audouze, who will introduce our next speaker and also explain us what is France Hub IA doing. Julien, I give you the word.
Hello, Clemens. Hello, Matthias, and hello, Melchior, and hello, everybody. Thank you very much for having me here today. Yes, maybe a few words about Hub France IA before we jump into the subject. So Hub France IA is a non-profit association driving and federating European AI initiatives in France. And our mission is to promote the rapid growth of the French and European ecosystem to foster the emergence of new players, strengthen the competitiveness and sustainability of French companies, and stimulate the adoption of AI in all sectors. And how we do that? I would say 3 main things. 3 action verbs: making. So we gather together all our members from corporates to startups, going through SMEs, ETEs, research labs, and so on, to align their interest on a specific thematic and build concrete projects. So that could be platforms, studies, position papers, and so on. Educating, because if we want to accelerate the use of AI within industries and society, education is key to demystify AI. And of course, sharing by organizing different kind of events during the year to bring some inspiring and insightful content, I would say. So that being said, that's why I'm really happy to be here with you today, as we share the same values with the Applied AI conference, which is to focus on the real world, real business use cases of AI and learnings in implementing it in existing processes and structure. As you mentioned, Melchior, French has a really ambitious strategy in terms of AI. I could tell you more about it, of course, and about Hub France AI, but this will be the subject for tomorrow's session with Preligence. But today we are here to talk about a great AI pivot example, success story learnings from France. And to do so, we have the pleasure to have Markéta Pishlova, which is lead data scientist at GRT Gaz. I don't know if Markéta is already there. Ah, perfect.
Hello, good morning. I hope you can hear me.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you for being with us today. So GRT Gaz is a European leader in the transportation of gas and a world expert in gas systems. In France, you operate over 32,000 kilometers of underground pipelines to transport gas from suppliers to the consumers connected to its network. And so, Markéta, you studied at AI University of Economics in Prague and University Pierre and Marie Curie in Paris. And since then, you have always worked in the world of machine learning and statistics. And you joined GRT Gaz in 2017 to develop AI and machine learning solution to solve business problem. And you are currently leading a team of 8 people who develop, build, and run AI application. And today, you will showcase how AI has been integrated in GRT Gaz operation from a strategic, organizational, and business model point of view. So maybe without further ado, the stage is yours, Markéta.
Good morning, everybody. I hope you can see my presentation. My talk today will be about implementing AI technologies to meet our challenges of tomorrow. I will introduce shortly GRT Gaz, as it is not a company which is known to a great public. As it was already said, it is a European leader in gas transmission and also a major player in renewable gases and hydrogen. GRT Gaz has a public service mission. What does that mean? That we have to transmit the natural gas in the best conditions of cost, reliability, and safety. We also have the mission to deliver the gas to the customers, which are directly connected to the transmission grid. And we are steering the infrastructure and promote the reception of renewable gases in France. Our business model is quite special as we do not have many customers. We are in a B2B business. So our customers are especially shippers who sell then the gas to other customers. We also have industrial companies and 19 distribution network, which gives us something like 900 customers in a whole, and we will never have thousands and thousands of customers, as our situation is very special. We are also a monopolistic industry. There is only one transmission network in France, and as it is very expensive to build transmission networks, the access to the network is open to everybody who wants to transmit, and the price is unique for all the customers. GRT Gaz also is an important actor of industrial innovation and research. We have a very large innovation and research center, which is called RISE, that works in many fields and participates in many research programs in gas transmission. We invest also a lot in energy transmission, in biomethane sites, and also hydrogen and pure gasification projects like Phoenix or Jupiter 1000. We have been running a dynamic gas transmission simulation since 2019, and a lot of data is used on a day-to-day basis to steer our network. About implementing AI and machine learning, I would like to start with a quotation from our CDO, who said that AI and machine learning technologies are a natural evolution of IT. It is not an option to be raised. What did he mean by saying this? he actually meant that the companies have to take into account these new technologies in order to remain competitive. Because the use of these technologies will become as natural as is the use of information systems today. AI, what must be said, AI is not a miracle solution. It is a tool that must be used and mastered. There must be users behind AI in order to make use of it and give benefits to the companies. Actually, when I started my job in Gerhard Schagerl, a lot of people thought that AI was a sort of magic. They thought that AI was like the robot from iRobot who was able to interact and give answers to all problems. But in reality, it is not at all this. It is more like the vacuum cleaner that you have at home, which just learns to clean your home. This also led us to think that there were different categories of people regarding the way they perceived technologies, whether they understood it or and believed that they could actually change their way of working. In the bottom left corner, you have the skepticals. They do not believe in technology and do not understand it. Basically, these are the people who think that the AI will they will lose their jobs because of AI. So they do not want to use it because they think it's dangerous. Then there is another category, the people who understand it, but they do not think that they will basically change their jobs. They do not believe it will bring something. And these are the unconvinced experts. Somewhere in the middle are the hesitating people. They understand something of it, but do not know if that will help them to improve their jobs. Then you have the enthusiastic. They believe in it, but do not really understand and think that it is not really necessary to understand if it does the job. And the best category of people are the enthusiastic experts, those who think know the technology and think that it will really improve the way it works in the companies. In order to make the projects work, it is really necessary to work with enthusiastic experts or enthusiastic people because it is the only way to make projects works. The skepticals are to be left to the side in the first place because if you start a project, especially if it's a high transformation project with skepticals, it will never succeed. Actually, the majority of people in the companies are hesitating, and it is really important to take actions to persuade them and show them that AI can be beneficial for them. When we started to run our first AI projects, we started that with early adopters. And among our early adopters, there were the commercial and system guards division. The system guards division is the one which steers our network, and the commercial is the one which is in contact with our customers. Why did we decide to work with these two divisions? Actually, these two divisions are fully digitalized. They are really data-oriented and data-centered activities. And it was really easy to find interesting use cases within those divisions. So when we started, we did some preliminary projects, studies of proof of concepts. And these were projects where there were quite a few users. And the advantage of that was that the users really knew what they wanted and knew how to use the technology. The challenges of the commercial and system gas divisions is that they really have to respond to regulation requirements. What they wanted was to improve the knowledge of our customers, of their behavior, and there is also a question of a better control of our infrastructure. One of the use cases that we addressed in this very first stage was the gas consumption peak forecasting. The gas consumption peak forecasting is something that we have an obligation to run every year. It is an exercise which is asked by our regulator. And there was a historical method based on a very simple algorithm which was used for many years, but this method was not very performant, and there was really a way to improve it. And why is it necessary to improve this method is because this method has to be robust and opposable. If somebody asks us how we calculated the peak, we have to be able to explain it and show the way we did it. And it is also a way to remain competitive, as the gas peak estimation is a part of the tariff that we negotiate with our regulator. In this very first stage, it was really important to find a success story and demonstrate the benefit it could have for the company. And the gas peak consumption forecast was one of these projects where the benefits were directly tangible. In the second part, we extended our work to more industrial subjects. And our main challenge was the operationalization. It meant basically that we would develop AI for all the company, and this raises sort of new issues, as suddenly the management takes into account the fact that AI is not free of charge. That if we want to develop AI activity, there are quite a lot of things to do, especially redesign internal processes and change management. As a single AI project may impact several divisions, it is really necessary to think how people will use AI and how it will impact the way they work. And for this, it is also necessary to have a high-level sponsorships in order to make the project succeed. In this part, we also ran quite a large acculturations campaign, and we started to build training offers in order to make people aware about data and to consolidate a real user community. We started to organize events and communicate about the successes. In this stage, we really got new application areas which were more advanced in network management, like pipeline predictive maintenance, network supervision, smart grid simulation to improve network management, stock optimization, or SCADA failure forecast. Now I will have a zoom on network supervision. This is a project that is called Fly Safe by Gerhard Schagerl. And the aim of this project is automated supervision. Actually, we need to supervise our network, and it is one of the obligations that the regulator gives to us. And we spend quite a lot of money on this every year. And we do it on foot or by car or by plane. the major part, as the network is, there are 32,000 of kilometers of pipelines, and it's quite extensive. The majority of the work is done by plane, and that costs quite a lot of money to the company and is not really sustainable from a CO2 point of view. So we would like to change the situation and actually replace the aircraft by a drone using image recognition algorithms. So we started this project by running some proof of concepts in order to prove that we are able to recognize automatically danger around the network. We did it using some images from the plane and also satellite images, and it actually worked quite well. So we told ourselves that it would be really a good thing to actually replace the plane by a drone using this image recognition. So there was some work to be done to improve the use of drones, because the drone today cannot fly. The regulation forbids to us, and another work to develop recognition tools. There will be the very first test of the drone with a camera and the automated recognition system this year. But our objective is to having a functional onboard AI in 2024. And this will actually change quite a lot the way we are doing network supervision in our company. And this year, we can say that we are coming to a real change in the way the AI is used within our company, as the management takes into account that AI is really needed to transform GRTgaz. Why does GRTgaz need to transform? Gas consumption decreases every year, and this is due to climate change, first of all, but also to the fact that people isolate their homes and consume less gas every year. We also have new activities which are due to new gases arrival, like hydrogen or biomethane. We have a very strict regulatory environment. We have a lot of regulatory obligations, and if we want to find a place to do new activities, we really need to use new technologies in order to get some money, because we have more things to do, and the resources are the same and will remain the same or will decrease. So the AI is a vector of transformation, and there is a clear way to gain in an operational performance within the enterprise project, which is called Kapsch 24. We have a real ambition to head towards the smart grid, to offer new services to our customers, and to have an interconnection with the electrical grid, which is still not developed today. We want to deploy AI technologies on a strategic level as well, and also develop a new business offer to diversify. AI has already an important part in the decision-making processes, because we already see the impact of new gases on network operations. We can see that operators who steer the network get some new work to do, and they still have the same amount of work from their previous activities. So we want to find an efficient way to help them to improve this. There is also the impact of the climate change on energy demand and production. And these things are really important in order to see how our industry will evolve in the upcoming days. And there is also one question which becomes really important today: is AI sustainable? As you know, AI technologies use quite a lot of CPU, and it can cost actually a lot of energy to develop an efficient algorithm. So it is important to measure a sort of what is the impact of AI solution to its alternatives, in order to see if it is worth to do it, not only from an economic point of view, but also from the ecologic point of view. So I come to the end of my presentation, and I would like just to summarize what were our learnings by deploying AI in our company and what kind of skills we were able to acquire. Our very first learning is that satisfied users are the best ambassadors for our projects. This is something which is really important to us, and it is necessary to accompany users in the deployment of AI and always explain what we are doing and how the things work. AI is not free of charge. It has a large impact on economic activity. It has a large impact on processes, and also there is the whole model lifecycle to be dealt with when you deploy AI solution in order to make them run in a long term. AI adoption also comes through a tangible value delivery. It is really vital to estimate the value creation and materialize the gain. It is important to put numbers on those things. The management needs to see that it has a real impact on the company. And the second important thing is to discard projects which have no value, in order not to spend money on the things that will never work. And there is also the development of AI and data culture, which is fundamental. For this, we developed a training offer. We also invest in a good user support, which makes user convinced, and that comes with the satisfied users that I was talking about before. And what we also do is we promote new data jobs, and we give the possibility to the people to change jobs, becoming, for instance, data engineers or data scientists. What kind of skills did we acquire? In order to make AI work in the long term, it is really necessary to automate as much as you can, and also develop the MLOps in a company. And what's also vital is the machine learning model lifecycle management. Otherwise, the models will stop working very quickly. And for that, an integrated team which is able to run all those things becomes vital. So we developed a specialized team, which is a team of specialists, and that includes AI specialists, data scientists, data engineers, architects. We have also one platform which is able to deliver AI solution that we operate ourselves. And we also developed a project valuation and evaluation method, which can easily be used to any projects and make projects comparable. That's important if you have a limited budget and you want to select the right projects in which you want to invest. Some of these solutions that we designed can easily be commercialized or adapted to other companies. So this is the end of my presentation, and if you have any questions, I'm ready to answer.
Thank you very much, Marketa. I will give the hand to Julian, maybe for the first question, or feel free also all the viewers to use the chat. It's here for you, so we will be very pleased to read all your questions. Maybe I will start with the first question coming from the chat. It's for you, Marketa. When you joined Gerhard Schagerl in 2017, how was the level of understanding and acceptance of AI, and did you face skepticism? Did you overcome it?
Actually, there were. That's why we started our projects with those people who were already enthusiastic experts. I had a couple of projects where I faced skepticals, and that was really difficult. In the end, we had good results in those projects, but people did not want to use them. And I had to tell my boss, who wanted just to persist and say, we need to convince them and we need to go on. I said, well, I do not want to lose my time on that because they are skepticals, and we will spend a lot of time, and in the end, the result will be close to zero. So you have to leave the people the time to understand themselves. That's why it's necessary to start with those who are convinced, and then to promote the culture to those who are hesitating. And in the end, you might expect that you will touch the skepticals.
So that's really interesting what you said, Marketa. So at first you are betting on enthusiastic people. Yes. To use them as ambassador, then to promote the future and convinced let's say what you've called the unconvinced or the skeptical ones.
Yes, that's it, exactly. And I consider it is a really loss of time if you start with the skepticals.
Okay. Maybe another question that comes to my mind. You've mentioned several upcoming projects on smart grid, network supervision, and yes. So on. Does maybe Gerhard Schagerl have an acquisition strategy in terms of AI? For instance, incubating startups, or maybe working in open innovation, or
yes, we do some open innovation activities. That is in collaboration with our innovation division and also our R&D center. But we do not, for the moment, we do not have an acquisition strategy for these activities. But there is a clear orientation to diversify our activities in future, and I do not despair and think that in a couple of years we would be able to acquire an AI company, if that makes sense.
Okay, thanks for the specification. Maybe another question, Melchior, that we have in the chat.
Yeah, just in order to follow up to your answer, Marketa, you told us that for now you do not have an open innovation strategy, etc. Does it has to do with the security of the data you are collecting? I know that AI means a lot of data collecting. How are you dealing with this data collection at Gerhard Schagerl? Is it in-house, or do you work with other companies, or is it a security issue, or are you more are you ready to share all those data collection with other innovative companies?
Actually, we are quite active in open data. We have a shared open data site with other companies. The French electrical transmission network and distribution networks as well. We are quite active in that on that side, because we have an obligation to publish a certain number of data about aggregated consumption and some indicators on biomethane and so on. So on that side we are quite active, but on the other hand, we have also an obligation to protect commercially sensitive data, so we cannot share that quite easily. What we do share is data about maintenance, for instance, which can take part in research projects. It is easier to share this kind of data because it does not have to have anything with the commercial side. And it is not a problem for us to work with external companies. We do have some partners that are quite good at AI, and we do regularly run projects with them.
Okay, thank you. So this leads me to another question from the chat. As a major infrastructure player in France, were you involved in the formulation of the national AI strategy? This has to be linked with your word stating that Gerhard Schagerl is willing to collaborate with research institute. So were you involved in this AI strategy?
No, I don't think so. Actually, no, I don't think so. Okay. This is not something that we were aware about.
Okay.
Unfortunately, it could have been interesting. I think.
Okay.
It's a pity.
And will you maybe consider collaborate with those AI institute in Grenoble, Nice, Paris, and Toulouse, for instance? Do you think this might be future collaboration possibilities?
I think so. Yes, of course.
Okay. Julian, maybe you have another question.
Yeah, I've seen some interesting question in the chat that has been upvoted. Yeah, how did you approach make versus buy? How large is your in-house team? And for which topic do you typically cooperate with external providers? And we had another one that disappeared, which is linked to this one. Do you have some kind of accelerating program for startups within Gerhard Schagerl?
The answer to this second part of the question is no. We do not have an acceleration program for startups. But we have an internal acceleration program for projects that's on the innovation side. And about the make versus buy, when I started in Gerhard Schagerl, our ambition was to construct solutions, not to buy the ones something on the shelf. It's changed a little bit. If it is something which is linked to our core business, then we are more likely to build it. If it is something generic like HR, for instance, then we will look for a solution on the shelf. Because we consider that we are not too specific on this side, and something which is already ready might do the job, and it will cost less than if we try to develop develop it ourselves. But from the core business side, then we are more likely to do it ourselves.
Okay, that's pretty clear. Thank you very much, Marketa. We've got a lot of other questions coming up in the chat. Melchior, maybe you'd like to take one or two of them?
Yes. A question regarding the enthusiastic customers. How did you find them? And do you have any recommendation when one wants to start a project?
What we did in the beginning is that we made a small tour of our different divisions, presenting the activities, and asking them about use cases they would like to deal with, and generally in each division there was at least one or two people who wanted to start a project and who had a good idea in their head. So from this side, it was not that difficult. And there were also some events that were organized, and it was I don't know, what is it called, the age of data. That was an event that was organized within our company, and during this event there was also a session about projects to launch on this site, and there were more than 100 ideas for projects that came up during this event. I don't say that we did all 100, but some of them were treated afterwards.
All right, thank you.
So this is a good way. This is a good way to launch. Also, something is to organize an event and invite people to propose projects.
All right, thank you very much, Marketa. We are coming to the end of this keynote. I will give back the hand to Matthias and Clemens, but I first want to thank Julian for co-hosting this keynote with me. To thank you again, Marketa, for all those insights and presentation. And we see us all together tomorrow morning at 11:15 for a presentation of the French AI ecosystem with Hub France AI. I'm very pleased to see you again tomorrow. Thank you again, Julian and Marketa. Matthias, Clemens, I give you the word.
Thank you so much, Marketa, Julian, and Melchior, and best wishes from Vienna and from all over the world who joined your panel. Thanks for sharing this valuable information also about your transformation journey. Looking forward to hear more about the French AI ecosystem tomorrow. And with that, I wish you a good day and successful meetings.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Goodbye.
All right. And now with us, Clemens, we welcome
Mr. Gerhard Schagerl from AVL.
Let's see if we have a connection.
Hello, Gerhard. Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear us?
Hi, I can hear you well.
Excellent. So for our next speaker, we have one of Austria's is from one of Austria's largest and most well-established technology companies, is AVL List. Yeah, I won't spoil too much what the company is doing because this will surely be a part of Gerhard's talk. The interesting story with AVL is definitely that being in the, let's say, automotive business, you have a couple of disruptions going on in parallel. Like you have the electrification of the powertrain, you have autonomous driving coming up. You also have the unbundling of mobility, even in going in service directions. So we are looking forward to hear what you have prepared for today, Gerhard, and see you later in the Q&A session.
Yes, feel free to ask questions at any point, and we will see each other for the Q&A session, where we'll ask that to Gerhard Schagerl. All right, the stage is yours. Let's try probably sharing your screen if you have slides, and
I'll try sharing. Can just
all right, and here we have it. So see you in a bit.
Oops. Just 1 second. All right. So yeah, good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Clemens, for the introduction. My name is Gerhard Schagerl. I'm a product line manager at AVL. But before I talk too much about the actual topic and the AI, how we use AI in our company, let me start with a little quiz. So we have here a racing car, Formula 1 car in particular, a tractor, a modern tractor, and an autonomous vehicle. And the question is to you, what do these three vehicles have in common? Maybe take a couple of seconds to think about it. What could be the common points about these vehicles? So first, a race car and the tractor doesn't seem to be very similar, but one thing all of these vehicles have in common is they are 100% connected. So all of these vehicles have online telemetry, send data all the time, 100 connected to their factories and to the environment. Another one is AI powered. Is certainly all of them use some sort of artificial intelligence. Lewis Hamilton won just recently the race purely based on their strategy decisions, and these tire changing and strategy decisions are for years now supported by AI in motorsports, and therefore give him an edge over the competition. And in tractors, these modern tractors are so much automated that they are practically already autonomous. And in smart farming, the yield is optimized using AI for years. And in any case, in autonomous driving, I think there is no question, without any AI technology, this is autonomous vehicles going nowhere. So there's no question about the AI support for these vehicles. And then there's one third thing they have in common is all of these vehicles are developed by AVL. This is our company. And we're proud to support all these technologies and all these different industries, from racing to agriculture and autonomous driving. So let me talk a little bit about the transformation in automotive industry. And Clemens already noticed some of the big points here. Certainly, electrification is one big thing. Autonomous driving, connectivity. So it's on the one hand is the technology is revolutionized throughout the last decade, let's say, and this is very challenging for the OEMs of these vehicles, for the manufacturers of these vehicles. At the same time, all the business models is changing as well. The shared mobility is introduced. Accenture is predicting massive growth of data services inside the vehicle within the next 10 years. So more or less the vehicle sales are staying flat, and all the additional business will come through additional services based on data, on connectivity, on AI. And the vehicle is transforming into a software-defined product. So it's not so much about the engine anymore. It's about the features inside. It's about the human-machine interface. And big OEMs are notifying this trend and trying to react. For example, Volkswagen is showing this how to react on this by pulling together all software developers in the company, from Audi, Porsche, Volkswagen. All the brands are now integrated in one big software development company called Carriot, and now developing their own operating system, their own features for connectivity, for autonomous driving. All the software development is now brought together because they recognize that this is the key differentiator in the future. So big digital transformation is going on in automotive industry, and AVL is in the middle of this. AVL is the largest engineering service provider in the automotive industry globally, with about 11,000 people working for AVL. We've got 45 affiliates in 26 countries. So it's a big global player with about 2 billion turnover. And it's all about innovation and staying on top of the technology to support vehicle manufacturers. And with this, we mainly focus on areas in engineering. So we help vehicle manufacturers to develop their vehicles from engine to battery, transmission, vehicle integration. And AVL is also providing testing facilities, and we will get back to this in the later slides. So, as an engineering company, we are in the middle of this transformation, and we need to stay on top of it and stay ahead. And my role is product line manager for data intelligence. That's everything to do with data services, data analytics, machine learning algorithms, all the engineering services we provide in this area. So we've been in this business from the 1940s, and we already went through some of these transformations in the past, and we're in the middle of it right now again. And the only constant to it is the change. So the whole industry is changing all the time, but probably there's a massive change going to happen within the next years as well. So AVL started off as an engineering company, developing diesel engines for decades, and we've been, technology leader in this field for combustion engines for years. And but also by doing that, we develop tools and methodologies which we now also provide as a product. And now a good part of our business is selling software, selling simulation tools, and selling as a license or as a service. But it's of course a lot about the simulation of battery performance and so on. And we believe in the future there will be another step into much more service-oriented business, into AI-powered services, probably through some business models like subscriptions and pay as whatever, pay for value, basically. And I believe we are well prepared to do that. We for several years now, we already are focusing on AI technologies, on machine learning, data-driven technologies, and so on. But I think what we also figured out quickly, that it's not so easy to make this switch from a traditional, and I have to say the automotive industry is a quite conservative industry. So it's not so easy to make this transition from an engineering company to a data-driven and AI-driven company. And there's several challenges in organizational challenges, like how to put analytics skills into the company, how to compete, let's say, the data science team with the domain experts, central IT versus engineering IT. There's always this big gap between engineering experts and the data experts. So, and this is our biggest challenge still, I would say, and we're of course trying to overcome this on a regular basis, and bring these two topics together, from bringing together a battery expert together with a data analytics expert, a data scientist, and only these two together then can come up with a good solution and a good data solution for given tasks. And on all of these organizational and technical challenges, there is of course also a business model challenge. There is new business models, like maybe software as a service business models are now suddenly competing with project-based engineering offerings we also have inside the same company, and we of course need to balance this situation. So in the end, it's not about the technical skill set, but it's really a change in the mindset. It's a change in culture. It's a change in the approaches of answering different engineering requests, from maybe going away from testing, and then we did in the past we moved from testing to simulation. Now we move to some data-driven solutions, and it's a change in mindset to create this trust in these new methodologies, and you need to bring this into the company. So in many discussions internally and externally with our customers, we find that people try to jump directly into the super fancy AI algorithms and want to do predictions and machine learning algorithms for anomaly detection and so forth. But the data which this should be built on is still in Excel files and similar stuff. So it's really, if the company is not prepared and not digitalized enough, then it's hard to start with AI use cases. So what I want to leave as a message to you is, start with digitalization, do the basic homework first, and transform paperwork into little web applications or tablet applications to create data, and also to create metadata to the measurements, so that the data is in a good central storage, and then only when this digitalization step is done, the data is available, then we can think of artificial intelligence solutions and so forth. But not only this digitalization, first, there's also a lot of supporting processes needed. So like I mentioned, we need to fix the organizational challenges. We need to balance central data teams versus distributed data teams in the domains. We need to really encourage digital innovations, not only technical innovations, but also business innovations. We're working together with startups. We have internal startup initiatives. We have a digitalization award. So we really focus on innovation and encouraging people to come up with new ideas and use data for solutions, and machine learning algorithms for new approaches for the task we constantly see. And of course, all of this organization and innovation needs to be guided and supported by processes, by typical discussions on what use cases are relevant, what are the most promising in the field. Just like a startup pitch, we will judge every new digital idea and the digital business model internally, and then bring it into stage gates and quality gates, so that from the initial idea to a sound business model, and then also to a technological prototype and MVP, we really follow this process very tightly and bring new ideas to business, let's say. So I'd like to give you this model for how AI enables business, and this is actually from a paper from Bitkom in Germany, and we split the approaches in these 4 quarters, depending on existing data and new data, and versus existing value and new value proposition. And clearly, I think most companies would start in the lower left corner with optimizing their internal business. Now, if you think of a manufacturing company, of course they use new technology first to optimize manufacturing. Another example for new data and same value proposition, you can think of a navigation system. Navigation system has a good value, but as soon as you add new data for traffic, a navigation system gets extra value. So new data, still same value proposition, but a lot more of the same value. And let's say, for example, in monetization would be an example to use, let's say, for example, mobile phone position data, cell phone connectivity data to build or to monitor human mobility, where people are moving from A to B, and then use this for decisions on where to build the next supermarket, or where to expand the transportation network and so on. So existing data, but a completely new value proposition based on existing data. And a completely new approach in the upper right corner for disrupting business would be, for example, to use some drone imaging, creating new images, and then build AI on top of this for image recognition to enable predictive maintenance on infrastructure, or to estimate forest sizes and wood volume of a forest and so on. So this is really based on new data and new business ideas. Then this is a completely new business model. And for all of this, I want to give you an example within AVL, and let me walk you through these 4 examples before concluding them. So like everybody else, I think we would start in the lower left corner of this quadrant. And like I mentioned, AVL is producing a lot of test facilities for the automotive industry. So we operate these test cells, or test beds, as we call it, in our headquarters or in our tech centers across the globe. I think close to 100 of these test cells. So of course we want to optimize this operation. These test cells run more or less 24/7, producing a lot of data, time series data, and we use heavily now machine learning approaches to identify issues in the data, to predict or to identify anomaly, to detect certain issues. But also we want to optimize the operation, so we need to maintain all these devices around the vehicle in the test cell. So we also use maintenance monitoring, condition monitoring, predictive maintenance technologies to optimize the operation of these test stands. So heavily based on AI technology, and optimizing our efficiency. Now, at the same time, we sell this equipment to our customers, so it's a small step from the bottom left to the right here to use the same methodology, but we needed new data, so we connected these devices with our own connectivity device, more or less an IoT network, and we leverage this technology. We collect all the data from the test cells at our customers, and we offer service activities. Same offering as before to offer, let's say, replacement of components, identifying errors, maintenance of bearings, and so on. So, but with the new data we receive from all these devices, we now can have a much more smarter way to do it, a predictive way to do it, and we offer this as a let's say as an extension to the existing maintenance, but on a smarter way. Then let's say to the top left corner, also we use these test stands at the end of the production lines. So every engine which goes into the vehicle has been tested on a, as we call it, end of line test cell, and the result of this test cell needs to be okay, this is a good engine or a bad engine, and the decision, of course, can be supported by AI. And then just recently, we now have published with very famous engine builders, vehicle manufacturers, our new AI-driven product classification. So at the end of the product line, when the test is done, this AI is supporting the engineers to decide this is a good engine and can go into the vehicle, or this is a bad engine and we need to rebuild it or check what's going on. So existing data was always there. It has been done the same way for decades, but now AI on top of it is offering a new decision support, a new value to the customer. And a fourth, for us, very disruptive approach is what we call customer satisfaction feedback. And we actually were working together with another Austrian company called LeftShift1, and we collect data from Google searches and use this as an indicator for how well a vehicle is perceived by the driver. Is it comfortable? Is it noisy? Is it easy to drive, and so on? And using AI for natural language processing and interacting with the driver gives us good feedback on the satisfaction, on the quality of the vehicle. And I think there will be another session on this specific use case later on. So, like I mentioned in the beginning, we are in the middle of this transformation. We want to stay ahead of it, and I'd like to close with a statement from a former Microsoft member. AI is the new normal. It's in our company certainly getting there. We try to use these technologies in many different approaches, many different solutions we are offering to our customers. We are building new business models on top of it. And I want to repeat what I said earlier. It's not only a skill set, it's really a change in the mindset to bring this to the customer, to support the offerings with the AI, and do this on a regular basis and as the new normal. So thanks for listening, and I'm curious about the questions.
Yeah, Gerhard, thank you very much for the presentation and the insights. So let us flip to Slido, where the questions still keep trickling in.
Yes, and not too many questions because you provided us with a heavy load of information on what you do and how you see the topic of AI. And but we can, however, go through the questions from top to bottom. So one question is, how is your M&A, merger and acquisition strategy in AI? Do you actively look out for startups? Do you scout new companies that you think about acquiring or adding their teams to your organization? And can you say something about that strategy if it exists?
So there is in fact a dedicated scouting activity going on. What we call Creators Expedition is our AVL startup initiative, and it's in fact it's not about acquisition or merging. It's really a cooperation approach. We want to provide use cases to these startups so they get into this automotive environment. We can also learn, to be honest, we can also learn from the startup approaches from these technologies and see how it fits into our business. There's certainly no acquisition focus on this strategy.
All right. And I saw that some of your colleagues from AVL are active in the meetings of the ongoing Applied AI conference. And is this what you mentioned, the AVL Creators Expedition? Maybe
absolutely, yes. And all startups are welcome to contact us, and we typically do a handful of projects every year with selected startups. Globally, they could be in I'm just currently working with a small company in Canada. We finished this use case I mentioned with Left Shift One, which is an Austrian company. So it's globally distributed.
And you have R&D centers actually not only in Austria but also in other places. I think also one in Asia, in South Korea, and basically you are up for global collaboration with these.
Absolutely, yes. So it's wherever there's automotive industry, from Japan to US, there's an AVL affiliate, and we work together with external companies and startups, of course.
All right. So whoever asked this, maybe make sure to check this out. And this is this is a maybe important question. Maybe you can answer that from your personal experience. Do you find enough young AI talent at your development centers?
So to be honest, I almost feel like we are a training facilitator. So we get a lot of young talents, to be fair. Still not enough, I think, but we also face a lot of fluctuations. There's of course a high demand for these skills, and as soon as you have some experience built up, there are a lot of offerings in the market.
So you educate young talents from the beginning and try to hold them, of course, but so that's interesting.
For sure, yeah.
And I'll quickly jump over the next question because the one after that maybe fits in. How large is your AI team, if you can call it an AI team?
AI team, yeah. We thought there is a I don't know if this is the same experience everyone does, but a couple of years back we said, let's hire a couple of data science experts, and then we have our AI team. And then we quickly found out that every data scientist needs a team of 5-6 people around them to be fully productive, from data engineers to cloud experts to business analysts. So if you take all these AI team members, which is like I said, maybe not all of them are data scientists, but it's probably close to 100 people globally, and we try to stay, the business guys, they are typically at the customer in the different regions, in the different markets, from Asia to US, Germany. And then there is certainly a core data science team in our headquarters, but it's quite a distributed team from India to Croatia. Yeah.
So they are geographically distributed, but also in different departments. And
absolutely, yes. Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, so
now come the more technical questions. I'm sure you will love them. So the first one is actually a question I think we have received at almost every single keynote and panel so far. It's if you're also using AI in edge computing. That would be like Mobileye, Graph Core, or your own chip.
I would say. So I would think in a way that we execute the AI models, the networks on the edge, or in our case in the vehicle. So we have what we call virtual sensors trained. There's a nice use case. You can think of it as a everybody knows the Fitbit watches. They identify if you're swimming and running and whatever, and we built pretty much the same thing for identifying what the tractor is doing. Is it harvesting? Is it mowing? Is it driving on the road? So it's almost like the same use case, but for tractors. And this is of course executed on the vehicle. But for training, we typically use other infrastructure, off-board infrastructure.
So basically for inference, you use the edge chips, and for training, the cloud infrastructure.
Exactly.
And the Fitbit for the car, as you called it, is this mainly used in racing cars or also other models?
Mainly tractors, to be honest. Mainly in tractors. So it's about identifying what's the what is the driver doing? Is it and then we can improve powertrain settings, fuel consumption, depending on what's happening in the vehicle.
Fantastic.
Good. Then the next technical question is from Mr. Anton Leidinger. It goes in it says, are you using digital twins for simulation? Or I would even expand the question. In general, do you use digital twins as a basis for your AI models?
So the term digital twins is a little tricky, right? I mean, it can be everything. For just to explain what I understand as a digital twin is a copy of a physical system. In our case, typically a vehicle, and then trying to simulate the same thing which is happening in real life with a digital twin to then find anomalies or react to certain conditions. And for sure, on vehicles, we use this for not only on vehicles, we use it also for stationary power plants and for other fuel cell systems, for example, to run a simulation in a cloud typically to predict the condition or to predict the next maintenance. Another application would be a digital twin of the electric vehicles. So the aging and the degradation of battery systems is a huge discussion in the automotive industry at the moment. How long can I use my battery in my vehicle, and we build digital twins for every battery, more or less. And so the answer is definitely yes. And like I mentioned, we also use it for our own testing systems, which we sell to our customers to predict maintenance in our testing facilities, which we provide to the vehicle manufacturers globally.
Thank you. And the next question, Sandeep asks, are you guys interested for staff augmentation? Like staff augmentation, like
nearshoring.
I guess outsourcing or I mean. At the moment, I don't think so. To be fair, we are trying really to build this up. I mean, that's not no. Maybe that's let me rephrase it. For our core technology, like using this machine learning approaches on time series, on vehicle based signals, that's our own core business. We would not outsource this. If there are use cases for image processing or language processing, we don't see this as our core competence. We might work together with third parties on this.
Mm-hmm. So you focus on your core competences and don't see that down the line. Maybe a direction that goes into a similar direction. What new projects or products are in your pipeline? Can you give us an outlook on what's to come and what you're allowed to share and what you're working on? I guess.
think I can give a more general answer. I think for our main focus at the moment is and I tried to make this statement also in the presentation, is not so much focusing on the technology, but really focusing on the business model. So we try to enable the shift from engineering projects where we basically provide manpower and data experts and so on to a more as a service solutions, so that we can offer, for example, digital twins as a service. We can offer virtual sensors as a service. We can provide fleet monitoring and this end of line classification of products as a service. So I think we try to apply all this new and fancy technology to new business model, and this is our focus at the moment. And I think we will see several new services coming up in the next, let's say, 6 months.
Yeah, maybe one follow-up question to this one. What is your go-to-market strategy for these new business models? Will you offer them directly, or would you partner with companies? Yeah, you mentioned Accenture, for example, before. Would this be a logical partner? Or, HP, Microsoft, and so on? Or
so there will be partners, and for sure, I mean, big IT players are partners, and we see them as partners. We work with Oracle, with Microsoft. We of course also some of our customers are using Amazon Web Services. So in these terms, we of course the big cloud hyperscalers are we rely on them, but also we see like you mentioned, very specific partners, and it doesn't really matter who is the junior partner or senior partner, and it's more like whoever has the closer cooperation with the customer. It's very project depending, but there will be partnering with big companies and also maybe companies like I mentioned, LeftShift, which are much smaller than AVL.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I think have time for one last question. Which one would you pick? The most popular question right now, as I see, is where do you see the automotive industry in 10 years? And also somebody asked if you also have applications besides automotive, like biological manufacturing. You didn't talk about that in your presentation, I think. So
the first one is answered very quickly. So we really, AVL is in an automotive company. So everything about propulsion and powertrains and so on, this is our business. So the examples listed here, we do not do anything. There are exceptions, but this would be the general answer. And then where do you see the automotive industry in 10 years? We will see more of these huge mergers, like we just recently saw Fiat Chrysler joining together forces with the French industry. I think
I always forget the name of this new merger.
is Stellantis. So the name is Stellantis. I think we will see more than this, more like this. And yeah, I think the speed is picking up in every direction. It's in terms of electrification, and this is maybe also pushed by the whole COVID situation. But electrification is just jumping now in numbers. I have a feeling the whole shared mobility is kind of reduced. Some of the big OEMs are already pulling out of this space again and try to focus on their core business. But there is in the whole value chain, there is a big movement. So, mobility providers trying to enter this value chain of automotive, the big Amazon, T-Systems, big IT players are entering this space. So certainly this is not over yet. There's a lot more to come in the next years.
Definitely. It's new entrants and larger entrants especially. So with regard to the time, thanks a lot for joining us, Gerhard. I hope you're also available on the Beat2Match platform for networking, or especially your colleagues also from the Creators Expedition.
Yes.
And yeah, we look forward to our
this one here.
Yeah, exactly. There we have it.
No, just to write it down.
Perfect.
So
thank you so much.
Yeah. And so with this, we say let's say goodbye to Graz.
Thanks, everyone, and thanks for the invitation.
Hope
to talk to you soon.
Have a good day. Bye-bye. Thank you. All right, and we will be back after a very short break of 2 minutes, where we will be back with our next corporate presenting a use case or presenting their philosophy, and it will be the Financial Times. So 2 minutes, we'll be right back. And we are back again. Hello, for our next session, which I'm already excited about, because we switch to our partner, AI Cluster Bulgaria.
Hello, Kaloyan.
Hello. Nice to be here. Thank you for the invitation.
Yeah, maybe a little bit for the context, similar as we had this with the first session today, where we partnered with HubFront's AI and the corporate session. And tomorrow for the ecosystem session, we have the same setup with AI Bulgaria and Kaloyan, who today will present a corporate from Bulgaria. Actually, it's the world's leading news organization for business news, the Financial Times, which has a huge data science and AI presence there.
And also presence in over 40 countries, I think. Not only Bulgaria.
Everywhere.
Everywhere, yeah.
This is everywhere. And tomorrow you will also join us again for an ecosystem deep dive on the Bulgaria and Romania. So with this, I would also like to put our friends from the Financial Times on the stage. Oh, hello.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, Momchil. Hello, Claudi. Welcome. So yeah, with this, we would like to hand over the microphone to Kaloyan so that you could give a brief introduction.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we'll keep the introduction very brief. I want to start it, as we know, Financial Times is a large organization, and we from the AI cluster Bulgaria and the Bulgarian ecosystem, of course, are proud to welcome them and to have such a corporate, such a media organization, and such a technological organization in our ecosystem. I'm curious to learn more about the development of their AI strategy, about the future, about the challenges. So with this, I give the word to Momchil and Claudi, and happy to Q&A after that.
Great, thank you. Thanks for the introduction. We'll do a presentation that just talks about data science at the FT. And then we'll be happy to answer questions and have a discussion after that. So yeah, thanks for the intros. I'm Momchil Marinov. I'm product director at the FT, responsible for our FT core platforms.
Hi, I'm Claudi. I am a senior data scientist, and I lead the data science side of retention.
Okay, so we wanted to start with just a few high-level numbers about the Financial Times. Most of you are probably familiar. We are a leading global organization, global media organization with award-winning journalism that covers a wide range of topics across business, finance, government, politics, and just society overall. The FT is 133 years old. It has around 2,300 employees. And yes, it's in more than 40 countries. So as with many media organizations, the FT's business is structured and its revenues come from subscriptions and advertising. Our subscription model has been really important for us over the years, particularly its digital part, and that's how it relates to data science and how we use it. So just wanted to highlight that we have more than 1 million paid subscribers. Around 90% of them are digital subscribers. And this is just high-level context. With this, I will hand over to Claudi again to talk a bit more about the history of data science at the FT.
Yeah, so just a brief overview of what me and Momchil will chat to you about today. Like I said, I will tell you kind of a history of data science at the FT and how the different things we've worked on over the years. Then talk a more high-level overview of the areas of data science application at the FT, and I'll go into one example in a bit more detail, and then we'll wrap up with some kind of future use cases that we hope to look towards. Yeah, so the data science team at the Financial Times has been around for a while. It was formed in 2011. So quite a long time ago, with initial models kind of focused mainly on predicting which users would move from our registered user base, which at the time was a free registration, which enabled you to view 8 articles a month, to buying a full subscription. So what this did was allow the marketing teams to target that marketing and discounts to those users who they thought would be most likely to take them up. So this was kind of the real start, and this transformed the digital business at a time when subscriptions had kind of plateaued. It led to around a 15 to 20% increase in subscriptions, and importantly, it really showed the rest of the business the value of data and what it could do for the business, and enabled quite a large investment in the data team and the data platforms. So like I say, early models had got quite good at predicting these acquisitions, but what we weren't so good at was knowing how to keep hold of those users once we had them. On the back of this, we created an engagement model. This was from a user's recency, so how long ago they were last on site, their frequency of visits, and their volume, which is their number of visits. And this was really beneficial because it gave teams around the business a metric to work with to aim to retain users. As time went on, we also went on to develop a lifetime value model, which Momchil will talk in more detail about. But what this does is predict the total amount a user will spend on their subscriptions with us over their lifetime. And this is now used as a North Star metric. More recently, as well as developing kind of business metrics, data science has also expanded to work strongly with engineering and product teams, and we really focus on integrating data science into those products. So this could be anything from newsletters to the kind of recommendations you might get at the bottom of an article for something you might want to read. It's also worth saying that over the course of this timeline, we've expanded. We started with 2 people, and we're now a team of 10 working in 3 different sub-teams.
So this is just a high-level overview of how our digital subscription business evolved over the years. So FT was one of the early pioneers in terms of paying for content online. And as early as 2005, we introduced a paywall, which the first kind of stage of our digital subs business was focused around scale. So basically page views, can we attract more of them as a driver for subscriptions? The next one between, let's say, 2014 and 2017 was more a quality era, which was then more focused on quality visits, engagement, and focus on the RFV, recency, frequency, volume that Claudia mentioned was between 2014 and 2019. In 2019, we hit 1 million paid subscribers. So there was a question, okay, so this is large scale, large digital subscription business. What's next? And what are the key drivers for the business going forward? And that's when we kind of agreed or accepted lifetime value as the main concept to guide and drive us going forward through the current era. Next slide, please. So LTV, the way we see it is it consists of 2 main components: earned value, which is basically between the point at which the user subscribed and today, and then between today and the point where they cancel. We focus on the second part. This is the area where we can impact. And our LTV, consumer LTV data science model particularly has been very helpful in that area. It estimates the value of the new or existing subscriber over their lifetime with the FT and also their probability of renewal. Obviously, this helps us make better pricing decisions, how to allocate resources better, and also it focuses on the drivers for lifetime value, so which are the factors that determine how long someone will stay with the FT as a subscriber. Next slide, please. So basically, there are a number of key drivers and respectively features that we use for modeling in this area, but engagement is a key one. The recency frequency volume that Claudia mentioned earlier is a key way for us to gauge engagement. So it's a proxy for engagement. It produces a score that tells us to what extent someone is engaged or not. But basically, in terms of what are fundamentally from a user point of view, which are the questions and the things that drive their engagement, is the content interesting and useful? Can they easily find it? And just the FT editorial team creates hundreds of articles per day. So it could be difficult to orient, it could be overwhelming for people. So discoverability is really key. From that point of view, next slide, please. One of the key areas where we have focused our data science efforts is on recommendations. So there are a number of recommendations models that we have at the FT. We have listed 3 here: topic recommendations, which is basically which are the topics that could be suitable for that particular subscriber. And this is surfaced as part of my FT, which is a major section on the FT website. Article recommendations or specific articles. This is also surfaced in a number of areas on the website. Newsletter recommendations that we are more starting to use more and more as part of onboarding or later on in someone's journey at the FT. Next slide, please. And we have a lot more areas where we use data science. In terms of engagement specifically, we also want to know, are there any indications that someone may become disengaged so we can take some action? Maybe we can offer them a different type of content or try to engage them. So we have a model that's focused on prediction to disengage. Also breadth of readership, which is more focused on retention, trending topics, and article clustering, which Claudia will talk about in a bit more detail.
Thanks, Momchil. So yeah, I thought I'd talk in a bit more detail about one of these projects, just to kind of give a bit of insight into what we've worked on recently. So we often, in the analytics team, want to analyze the reading trends of our users. This is quite important. It helps drive both editorial and commercial decisions. But it's not that easy to do. To do this, often we either rely on what's known as the newsroom desk. So this is kind of how the journalists are structured, and also how the different sections of the newspaper appear. So these are things like world or tech or life and arts. The problem with this is it's kind of quite self-imposed, and it might not necessarily reflect the subtleties of the trends of things users are interested in reading. Another option is we can look at keyword tagging. However, this has a number of other issues. It relies on journalists to kind of okay the tags for their articles, which leads to slightly kind of inconsistent results across the newsroom. Even if we didn't rely on journalists, the keywords might not necessarily represent the subtleties of a topic. So an example of this is COVID. As a keyword, it's been quite common in the last year and a half, but it has many different angles, and the user interest can change over time. So what began for us as a big health concern can morph into, say, an economic topic, and this change in interest isn't necessarily picked up if you're just looking at the keywords. So what we really wanted to do was have a method of understanding what users were interested in based purely on the content of the articles itself. So to start with, we need to represent our articles numerically at the start of this process. We need numerical inputs because that's the input that clustering algorithms need. So our first step was to what's called vectorize the article text. What this means is we just representing the words as a multi-dimensional vector. So this could be thought of as, say, a point in space or a coordinate on the map. And once we're in these kind of numbers, we can work much more comfortably with the data. We used an algorithm called Dr.Vec, which is a distributed bag of words algorithm. I'm not going to go into details of how that works, but it was developed by Lee and Mikolov. And the key point about this algorithm is that it analyzes words in the context of the sentence around them. And this is really important because it creates a much better overall description of the meaning of the text rather than counting of keywords through one-hot encoding or other methods. However, we did still use keywords in the text to hyperparameter tune our algorithm. So what we did is we ran the algorithm with a number of different parameters, and then we counted the number of matching keywords between nearest neighbor articles, and in this way optimized our process. So once we have our articles represented in a numerical form, we can use more standard clustering algorithms. We used a top-down hierarchical clustering to create these groups of articles. So what this means is that we start by assuming that all articles are part of one big giant cluster, and then we split them into two groups, and this is based on the largest gap between two articles, so the distance between them. And then we repeat this multiple times until we end up with the number of clusters that we want, and these end results are our article clusters. So that's all very nice and neat in practice, but unfortunately, as a news organization, we don't just have a static set of points with which we can work with. One thing that is great but makes our life a little bit harder is that journalists publish, as Momchil said, around 200 articles a day, and what we need to do is work out how to include these in our process to keep our clusters up to date. So our first attempt at this involved adding any newly published articles to the cluster which was closest to it, and then we recalculated the average of all the articles in this cluster, and we would repeat this for every new article published. However, what we found is that this method was really quite unstable. It led to a lot of random movement of the center of each cluster, and because of this, we couldn't really rely on the meaning of it staying similar. So what instead we did is we assigned articles to their closest cluster, which was fixed, and we implemented a maximum distance. Any articles too far away would be put into an outlier bucket, and we then reclustered these. One thing that we also did is added some tests which alert us if there's kind of any shift in the position between the clusters and the most central article. This indicates that perhaps this cluster is a bit defunct, and maybe it's not a point of interest anymore that we're writing about, and so could be retired. So that's the kind of technical side of it. But what's this actually useful for? How are we using this in practice? So as Momchil mentioned, we created a trending topics tool. So we worked with our audience engagement team, and their role is to understand exactly what the readers are keen to read, and this helps the journalists focus on topics of interest. One thing that's really important for them is they need to be really fast to react, because the news cycle is constantly changing and reader interest can peak suddenly. So we helped them by building a tool that looks at the page views of the articles and flags to them via Slack notification if there's anything they need to look at.
Yeah. Thanks, Claudia. Just finally, look at the future. These are some of the high-level questions, top-level questions that we are considering at the FT, and some of the kind of the associated problems and opportunities. For example, what does subscription fatigue, if it exists, mean for the FT's digital subscription business? How can we mitigate that risk? Can we bring content from across the FT group titles closer together? So under the Financial Times group, there are a number of publications apart from the FT itself. can we provide more relevant content even to people who are not subscribers, for example, people who are registered to us? And for data science specifically, next slide, please. For data science specifically, this probably means three things. So the use cases, a lot of them would remain the same, right? It would still be important for us to engage our readers and to find ways that we can make discoverability and content recommendation easier. But there are some new ones as well, like the ones I mentioned. Improving the processes via which we produce, which we train and test data science models. Improving the data processing overall and our kind of underlying infrastructure. And then, of course, always be ethical and take an ethical and compliant approach in our work with data science and more generally. So this is, that's our presentation. Thank you for joining, and we'll be happy to take some questions.
All right, and thank you for this presentation. For the Q&A, I will just pull up the questions that we received from the audience so far. You can still post questions, and you can still up and downvote other questions. And Julian, you will take over the Q&A, right?
Yes, if I can see the questions. But before maybe we have them, I would like also to have a question on my side, because regarding from an ecosystem point of view, innovation, technology, and startups, maybe this is also a question interesting for our viewers. Do you work also with external providers of innovation, namely startups or other similar organizations? And especially in the region of Southeast Europe, or do you like prefer to work internally, or is it a mixed model?
I would say it's mostly so. Our in-house data science team that works on this. We have partnered with some startups as well. Probably not so many yet in Bulgaria and Southeast Europe, but this is something we can hopefully do more of in the future.
Nice. So I have the questions here. Do you offer your journalists data science products and services for their research? Karen.
I can take this one. So yeah, we work with teams all around the business. We can have stakeholders in the more commercial side, but also with the journalists. So yeah, we're keen to work with them as well.
Great, thank you. The next question also, I also wanted to ask it. Do you apply AI for editorial application like fact-checking, deep fake, or maybe article writing or similar?
This isn't something that we've done. It sounds really interesting though. Do you mean fact-checking our journalists or the kind of sources?
There's a question from the audience, but I think the meaning is that if a journalist writes an article, if an AI checks the facts, if this is his opinion or if this is a fact or even fake news, and all this. So I think the question goes in this direction.
Yeah, no, we haven't done that, but that's definitely something that would be really interesting.
Mm-hmm. And do you use or try AI as a journalist? Is this already a reality, or how far are we from AI journalism?
That's not something that we do. I'm not sure if there are plans to do that, but no, we don't do that at the moment.
Okay, thank you. The next question: is there any subscription business model for academia that would be useful for the staff and students? Business model for academia, subscription business model from academia.
I'm not sure whether I'm interpreting it, correctly the question. If it's about the FT's working subscription business model with academia, then yes, we work very closely. We have many universities across the world who are subscribers to the FT as well as their students. We provide free subscriptions to high schools around the world as well. So that's very well established at the FT.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And the questions from Vladimir Milnyar. Do you use analytics of social media to find out the market trends for clustering the articles? This is also a question that I wanted to ask. So do you use AI, machine learning, to also for prediction of trends, for prediction of user behavior?
Yeah, so that was sort of what I alluded to in the trending topics tool. We don't predict the trends of viewing on social media, but what we look at is users who have come from social media to our articles, and that can be a key predictor that there's user interest that is peaking, and this is something that our journalists need to look into and focus on.
Mm-hmm. Thanks. So next question, how close is your cooperation with Nikkei?
The FT is owned by Nikkei. The FT, I would say, is has a entirely autonomous status, but we work together with Nikkei on different projects, including on projects related to data science, and the topics we are covering in the presentation today.
Mm-hmm. The next question is, I don't know which solution is meant, but is this solution developed internally or acquired from an external entity? And does it support other languages? To be honest, I don't know which solution.
I think this is the clustering that I was speaking about. So we developed this internally. The algorithm to vectorize the articles is not something we developed, but that's an R function or a Python function that you can use. In terms of supporting other languages, yes. So you can either use a pre-trained model that I think is trained on like thousands and thousands of Wikipedia articles, or you can train it on your own data set, which is what we did. So we trained it on historical Financial Times articles. So yes, you could train it on your own data set from a different language and use it that way.
Thanks. Clemens or Matthias, do we have time for other questions or?
No, unfortunately not. There are still too many questions and too little time left, unfortunately. But with regard to the timekeeping, as the next speaker is already in the line and we are supposed to start in 1 minute, unfortunately, we have to make a break here. But it would be great if you are still available on the Bit2Match networking platform to take some questions afterwards.
Yes, and there are many participants who asked us whether there are use cases in the media industry. So your input here in your presentation was really highly appreciated. Thank you so much to London and to Sofia. And also thanks to Kaloyan from AI Cluster Bulgaria for your support and for your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
From Vienna. And we move right on and we see if our next speaker is already in the line. We'll be hearing Sinan Tankaz from Kapsch BusinessCom on how to become an AI-first company. Sinan, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear. Hi.
Loud and clearly. Well,
hi, both of you.
The floor is yours for the next couple of minutes for your presentation, during which you may already ask questions to Sinan Tankaz, which we will then answer in the Q&A session. So we will see each other in a few minutes. The stage is yours.
Thank you. You can see my screen, I assume? Perfect. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Maybe I'm starting with a short introduction about the company I'm proud to represent here and myself. I'm here representing KBC, Kapsch BusinessCom. We are a long-term acting company, a technology company headquartered here in Vienna. And we see ourselves, or let's say our vision is to provide any kind of technology and technology services for the Austrian economy. And this is something we're doing for about 130 years now. So we were really guiding Austria from the time of the telegraphs to the time of artificial intelligence today. And introducing myself, Sinan Tankaz, my name. I'm part of KBC now for about 4 years and heading now 2 departments here. One is called Artificial Intelligence, a department where we are developing AI solutions, on-purpose solutions for several customer segments, and also providing AI products. The second department I'm heading is named New Ventures. This is a small unit of experts who are guiding digital transformation processes at our customer side to be able to develop new business models which are going hand in hand with the technology transformation. So the one question we are answering is how to develop new technology, and the other question we are answering is how to create new business models, or let's say how to earn money with that. And talking about AI, I would like to, we are all living in COVID times, and it's a bit hard for us to travel, even though summer is coming now, and it seems like traveling will be a bit easier. But I prepared a small time traveling session for today because everyone is talking about AI as a very huge shift in the market and society, and that's something we would agree on here at KBC. And we would also say that it's a bit like we are entering a new era, the era of AI and the era of data-driven business. And talking about the future is much easier if you already, if you have a good overview about the past. And therefore, I would like to take you to this time travel I prepared. So the thesis is that it seems like we are entering this new era, and I want to avoid that this maybe just could be a feeling we have at KBC, or maybe our whole bubble of technology experts. That I just want to make sure that it's not just a feeling our bubble of technological enthusiasts have, but that this is maybe a feeling that all major decision makers have, and therefore I'm seeing a lot of I'm reading a lot of papers from international surveys. One of them is the Gartner survey I'm sharing with you here, where C-level decision makers were asked what they see as their main challenges. And in, let me say, settled times, the major challenges are challenges about competition, market regulation, pricing issues, environmental issues, and so on. But asking a lot of C-level decision makers from Gartner brought that vast majority of C-level members saying that their main challenge, the main question which keeps them awake, is the question of the digital disruption. So that going into the details, you would see that the main question is they do not know which digital or technological environment will be the one they are facing tomorrow. And this is what they see as their main challenge. So if the main decision makers in the market outside say that the question about the digital environment is their main concern for the future, this is a strong indication that a big shift is coming. And talking about big shifts in the future, I think it's a bit easier to reconsider the big shifts we had in the past. And I know I don't want to make a history lesson now out of that, but I really think it's interesting to see how shifts happened in the past. And when we say at Kapsch at the past, we really mean past, as we are a very old company. So we would start with the era of hunters and gatherers. Hunters and gatherers may be the oldest form of socio-economical contribution societies. They showed us a lot of they showed the first instincts and the first mechanisms of how to do business. And hunters and gatherers were specialized experts who had some specific key elements developed to succeed in their environment. And the most important thing for us, seeing the several eras and finding out how shifts happen, is to look at the major key success factors or key success elements. And as you can see, is what we wanted to show you here is the key success factor for hunters and gatherers. It was being robust and being strong. Being robust and being strong meant that you were able to hunt and gather, and that you were able to keep a hand on the resources which were needed to provide your population with food and all the other stuff which was needed. They were experts, but the hunting and gathering had one very big or two deficit attributes. It was first, it was not possible to create big stocks with hunting and gathering. So if you were successful with hunting, then you had enough food. If you were not successful because you were sick or weak or had no area to go for hunting, you were not able to develop or produce food. So the lacking possibility of stocking was one major deficit. The other deficit was it was extremely inefficient. The amount of energy and the amount of risks you needed to take to produce food and all what was needed was very high. So as the experts of hunting and gathering were very happy with the way they lived and they did business, it was not efficient enough to provide enough food for an ever-growing population. That brought us to the shift into the next era, the era of agriculture. So hunters and gatherers needed to learn that they needed to make other elements work for them, and this was land and soil. If you wanted to feed an ever-growing population, you needed to have systems and elements working for you, even though if you were not able. So in the agriculture time, it was possible. You could be sick. You could be at home for a day or a couple of days, but still land and soil were working for you and were creating and producing the food and all the other stuffs you needed. And the major key success factor was access to land and soil to produce what you needed. So the key success element shifted from being robust to having access to land and soil. With, again, ever-growing population, a new shift to a new era happened, the era of industry, which provided industrial goods and brought more automation to to the era of agriculture and also created new sectors. Industry meant that scaling effects were major, and scaling was a key differentiator between successful and not successful companies and societies. For being able to scale meant that you needed to provide a lot of capital, meaning money. And so access to capital was the key success element in this new era of industry. So if you were able to accumulate a lot of capital, you were able to build the biggest factories, you had the best scaling effects and the lowest prices. We're thinking of the era of Ford and the T model, and what kind of possibilities this gave to companies and societies. The next era, and some would say this is the era we are currently now in, but I would say that it looks like this is the era of the past, was the era of services. The service society meant that ever more products and goods were provided in guidance of services, and the service sector was enriching all other sectors, like again the agriculture sector and the industrial sector. That means a lot of services like insurance services, technological services, consulting services were enriching the other elements, and again all that was providing the growth which was needed for a growing population and growing economy. The key success factor we see here, the key element which made the difference between successful and not successful companies and societies, was human capital. Having access to smart people who were able to develop smart solutions was the key success element in this era. And what we see today is the era of data economy. That means that even today, it is more important to have the best data environment, and the best information, which in many cases is different than the best data, to make the best decisions. And what we see is that the key success factor in this new era is access to data and access to analytics skills like artificial intelligence and some other similar skills. And what we see today, what this data-driven business or data-driven AI era means for all the other sectors is that, again, it is enriching all the existing sectors. So today we see AI-based solutions which are contributing to the agricultural segment in ways that there are solutions which help to find the best time to work on the field, which are doing the best forecasting analytics for weather, and which are helping land and soil to optimize land and soil usage with identifying, for example, best time and amount for the seeds. The AI solutions we see are also contributing very strongly to the era of industry. We're thinking of AI-based solutions which are helping to enable new quality standards with image analytics providing here in the industry, or AI solutions which are doing machine optimizations better than humans can do today. We see the sector of services where AI solutions are are helping to bring automation to customer processes, and therefore providing 24/7 customer services which were not thinkable 5 years ago. And talking about what we see here today, the question is, if we enter this new era of data and AI, what kind of growth chances do we see? Because again, I think that the mechanisms and the needs are very similar, from the hunters and gatherers to the new industry decision makers. It's again a need for growing and growing in the population, growing in the market, and the demand of supplying more goods and more information. And we think that in the first eras, the challenge was maybe provide more food, and then it was providing more safety. And we think that the main challenge for the next era will be to provide the right information in the right time. And some would say that it is hard to find similarities to the past shifts we have seen in the couple of thousand years in the past. But I think that today, status quo, we still, in very often, we still act like hunters and gatherers. And I would like to show you with 3 colleagues, imaginary colleagues, examples, where currently in my business projects, I see people acting like hunters and gatherers. The first colleague I would like to introduce you is Dr. Josef Baumgartner, which is a medical doctor here in Austria. And if I see a business day of Dr. Josef Baumgartner, he really makes me think of hunters and gatherers. He really makes me think of someone who is hunting and gathering informations. So if he's trying to make a diagnosis for a patient, he needs to talk to the patient. He needs to pick up his phone and call other doctors to talk about the history of this patient. He needs to read and scroll through hundreds of pages every month to keep his knowledge base up to date. He's traveling all the world to visit events to get the latest information from science and other new developments. He really is hunting for information just to be able to provide the best and most accurate diagnosis for this one patient. Looking at another colleague, Daniela Ebner, is a call center agent working in a big call center for an insurance company, and guiding her through a business day. She also really seems like hunting and gathering for information all day long. If, for example, if she's talking with a customer who is calling her, she needs to talk to the customer. At the same time, she's considering all the offering regulations her company has for products to offer to the customer. She needs to check all contracts and services that one customer is using and is aligned to. And she needs to be able to find the best sweet spot to offer the best solution for the customer, and all that at the same time while being an empathic listener and constructive solution provider to the customer. The last colleague I would like to introduce you is Fritz Langer, which is a factory manager in a steel producing company, and guiding Mr. Fritz Langer also shows us how hunting and gathering today in a manufacturing company looks like. Fritz Langer is responsible for the machines in his factory, and he's responsible that all goods produced in that factory are reaching to the quality standards they have. So that means that he's really walking like a hunter and gatherer through the factory malls to through the shop floor. He is using his hands and touching the machines to feel if the machines are running properly. He is picking up produced goods and he's checking visually if the quality standards are within the frames. He is talking to machine leaders and partners who are responsible for maintaining the machines to create the plans. All day long, the only thing he's doing is collecting information and making decisions how to maintain the machines, and is everything all right with the quality and with the optimization of the processing in his factory. And we described that hunters and gatherers, they had one big challenge. While they were all day long hunting and gathering, it was challenging for them to learn to let other systems like land and soil work for them. And we think that the hunters and gatherers of today, as they are so busy hunting and gathering for the next information, for the next decision making, it is hard for them to learn to make other systems work for them. That means making other systems hunting and gathering through billions of data and sensor elements and creating the information they need at the right time in the right quality. And this is exactly what we see is demanded by artificial intelligence solutions today. As Kapsch, we have decided to provide such a land and soil solution, such an AI platform, to help these colleagues to get the information they need without the time-intensive and inefficient way of hunting and gathering for informations they do today. What we have is an AI-based platform which is providing 6 skills. We have image analytics based on machine learning. We are providing natural language processing analytics. We are analyzing audio signals. We are analyzing structured data like machine data. We are building forecasts with time series and forecasting tools. And maybe the most important skill we are providing to these hunters and gatherers today is the service of labeling of data. Because what we have seen is very often it is not a challenge of the best natural language processing or the best image analytics tools. The challenge very often is having the right amount of data in the needed quality. And therefore, we have developed a couple of data labeling tools and also data labeling services to have this base of data in demanded quality and quantity. This is what we are providing from a technology perspective. But what we also have seen is having such a major shift, and as that is very demanding for our partners, and not only a question of a technology, there's another way of contribution as KBC we are used to provide to our customers and partners, and we would name it bringing skin in the game. That means we are trying to be not just a technology provider, but also a partner who goes into new ventures together and brings skin in the game. That means that we have a department named New Ventures, which is only providing support in this technological shifting process to develop the needed business models for this shifting, and is also willing to take risks together. That means what we do here in this guidance I mentioned is we are not just providing technology, and our customers and partners, they need to find a way how this will adapt their business. we are guiding them on these 4 main challenge areas these technological shifts are bringing very often. First, we are trying to find innovation ideas, because very often it's not a question of technology, it's a question of innovation. And first, the idea of the innovation has to be settled, and then we can think of how to bring technology into that. We also help to do the validation of new ideas, because we see that there are more good ideas outside in the market, maybe than people who are willing to buy it or adapt it. And therefore, we are providing services like market studies and market analytics to do the validation of these new ideas. The third main challenge we are trying to face with our new venture services is our incubation service. That means, as Kapsch BusinessCom, we developed from just being a technology provider to being a business partner who is taking risks together. That means, very concrete, that we are also providing investments to share risk and gain. So very often we are providing a technology solution, we're guiding an innovation project, and we are also bringing in investment if we think we believe in this new jointly created business model. And the fourth area of our new ventures contribution to such projects is the engagement of innovation units. So we not just provide the technical experts which are needed to develop new solutions, we are also creating innovation units where we bring together all experts needed to make a business model successful. These experts can be from the area of technology and solution provider, and these can be experts in the area of security. It can be experts in the area of sales and market analytics, or in some other cases, we're talking about legal support, which is needed. So this engaging of innovation units is a main success factor if you are trying to develop a technology solution to an innovation solution to a market success solution. And bringing these 2 areas of technology on the one side and new joint new ventures on the other side, I would like to show you what that means for the hunters and gatherers I introduced you before. So what we have developed together with Dr. Josef Baumgartner to bring him from the era of hunting and gathering of information to the new data economy and AI era are solutions in 3 areas. And as we know that technical challenges out there are immense and very, very big. These are only 3 we picked, but we know that there would be a lot of more possibilities to contribute to this success of Dr. Josef Baumgartner. The first solution we developed together with him was image diagnostics, so that we want to avoid having medical staff highly trained and skilled experts screening and
Okay, hello Sinan, can you hear us?
No, there seems to be
a technical problem on the side of Sinan Tankaz. Interestingly, we can still see his slides. Well, let's give him a couple of seconds until he figures out how to get back online. we actually received many questions, and thank you for posting them and for upvoting a couple of them. We would like to ask them to Sinan. Clemens, we do a short intermission program, I would suggest, until he returns. Maybe, Clemens, you can try and call him or something.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
And you see, this is live. This can happen, basically. And what I want to do now is show you again the possibility of arranging one-on-one meetings during this conference. Because apart from the keynotes, the panel discussions, and the workshops, which you, by the way, all find in your program, we also offer you the opportunity to arrange one-on-one meetings with our speakers and all other participants. So far, we have 1,600 people registered. Go over to our website, AAIC2021.b2match.io, to check out whom you could meet. I just give you the URL for a second. Should you join from LinkedIn, this is AAIC2021.b2match.io. Okay, and I see we have a connection with Sinan Tankaz again. Maybe let's try and see if this works. Sinan, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Sorry, I dropped out for some reason.
All right, now this can happen. Well, we have a couple of questions, and you can still post them. Actually, I think you weren't done with your presentation.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll just quickly pull up your presentation again.
Okay.
And please wrap up. We only have 8 minutes left.
Okay. So for Dr. Josef Baumgartner, the hunter and gatherer in the medical area, we provided solutions like image diagnostics, which supports him in the process of screening and analyzing images, medical images. We provided document analytics, so that's AI, which is screening huge amount of medical documents, individual documents for this one diagnostics, but also global databases to provide him the information which is needed to provide to make his diagnosis. And maybe the most sophisticated solution we are working on with several medical service providers here in Austria is developing AI assistant systems, which are helping to provide the most accurate medical diagnosis and reducing errors in this process. Talking about Daniela Ebner, the colleague working in a call center, we have AI solutions which support Daniela during her work day. When she's talking to customers, AI systems are analyzing the sentiment of her discussion, are providing her next best offer elements, so supporting her with this huge amount of product portfolio she has to manage. AI is telling her what kind of offer would be the best fitting to them. Also, AI is supporting her with making all process steps automized to handle automized, which are possible, like email analytics, which is reading and understanding the emails coming in and trying to answer them in a proper way. And all that leads to Daniela Ebner having more time for that customer relation management she can do, and having all time-consuming other steps being operated by an AI. And the last colleague we were talking, Fritz Langer, who was hunting and gathering for information and status information in his factory, he now has AI supporting him with looking at all produced goods, checking if the quality is properly, doing the optimizing and optimizing of the machines, and doing the predictive maintenance part to support him in running the factory properly. So all these three colleagues have now an AI system which is hunting and gathering for them, bringing the right information in the right time, and keeping the colleagues free for all the things only they can do, like the perfect customer management, like the medical doctor who is listening carefully and empathically, and like Fritz Langer, who's bringing his expertise for improvement of the production factors and not hunting and gathering all day long for informations. So this is the shift we see in the socio-economic era today, and these are the ways as a KBC we are trying to contribute here. And yeah, we think that every digital journey starts with a first step. We tried to show you some first steps into this new era of artificial intelligence, and hope that we could bring you some nice examples and make some of you think about the next steps they could take in this journey.
Thank you so much, Sinan, for your presentation and for putting that into the perspective. And we'll head over. We have a couple of minutes left and we have many questions. Let's start with the first one, being a little bit critical, I think. I'm confused. The conference is called Applied AI Conference. Please, could you use the Q&A session to tell us about what Kapsch is actually doing with AI?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, maybe if I add one thing, this was one of the early questions that came in during the hunter and gatherer phase. So this was partially, I think,
so prehistoric.
Yeah. Honestly speaking, I was trying to avoid just talking about what Kapsch is doing in current projects, because when I was listening in such conferences, I was very happy of a big landscape overview, and that was what I was trying to provide here. But I hope that the question is maybe answered with the last 10-15 minutes of the presentation. So we are,
definitely. And it's not only about technology, as we always say, it's even more about strategy, perspective, vision, and transformation when we talk about AI applied in companies. So let's see, Clemens, what question do you want to ask? They a little bit go into the same direction. Some people doubt your version of human history, but it's a different discussion, I think.
I'm not an expert on history. That's true. Yeah. I was trying to. No, I would like to say it like, I mean, it's not very friendly written here, but nevertheless, I'm not an expert on history. That is true, but that doesn't mean that I don't need to have a big picture for myself. And this was what I was trying to create here. But I was not claiming to be a historical expert.
Quickly on to, you told us what Kapsch is doing with AI. But what is the business model of KBC, of Kapsch BusinessCom? Can you take a step back and just quickly rephrase what KBC business
we
model
are providing? We are a technology company and providing technology in a lot of areas, like system integration, ICT services, IT services in general. We are taking responsibility for IT, so we are doing managed services for several industries, and we are developing our own digital solutions, like our AI platform, Symphony, and many others, like IoT platforms. We are providing connectivity services for IoT and so on. Talking about AI, what is our business model here in this area, here for AI? We are providing AI solutions, so you can buy and purchase AI services and solutions, and we are developing on-demand AI solutions for customers.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Hope this answers this. Yusuf, thank you for your question. And there are some more little bit philosophical questions, and I don't want to go into that discussion too much. We don't censor questions, but this is a little bit off topic. Clemens, what do you want to ask? Here, the SEC posted the question. For your 3 examples, you mentioned AI as the technology behind each benefit. For example, email analytics, automation. How long does implementation take to solve these challenges with AI? I know RPA can do a lot of these things quickly.
It's incredible. Yeah. As we are operating with a lot of existing and open source tools, it is incredibly easy and fast to implement first solutions. So very often we can develop an AI screening automation within 2 to 4 weeks, which can be the first main step to automate some processes in the customer interaction.
2 to 4 weeks. Well, Clemens, do you have any more questions yourself?
Yes, there are always the obvious questions. For the previous corporate speakers today, actually each of them was asked, how large is your data science team? Is it central? Is it decentralized? And how is M&A? So let's say if I put these 3 topics, if you could put these 3 topics in one answer.
Yes.
Okay. Talking about the Kapsch group, we have a very decentralized data science team with working in the United States, in Europe, and Africa. And we have about, I think, 50 to 60. Talking about KBC, so the company I'm representing here, we have 15, and they are located in Vienna, Linz, and Graz.
So this is similar to the other corporations we mentioned, that they are very distributed teams in many departments and locations. So, and do you do merger and acquisitions? This was another question. And are you actively looking to integrate startups or external companies?
We did. We purchased a company which was a spin-off of between IBM and the Medical University of Graz. And had a strong footprint in medical analytics. That's maybe the reason why we have these references in this area. So that's yes, that's what we did. I need to say that growing organically is not a big challenge for us, as we are one of the bigger tech companies here, and talent acquisition is quite possible for us. So our main path of growing is growing organically, but we are also looking for new opportunities of acquisition.
Thank you very much, Sinan. Clemens, just a quick look. Now we're actually
we're running out of time.
We're running out of time.
1 minute, we already start with the next session.
But there's one very technical-looking question from Salvatore. Maritime autonomous navigation, MAS 3 concept. What about the roadmap still to be depicted to drivers from the actual MAS 1 to MAS 4? If you know what, I don't know what that means. I'm sorry.
Maritime, and honestly speaking, no. Maritime autonomous navigation. I would Google it.
Maybe you can get in touch directly with Sinan Tankaz. He's on the B2 Match platform, which I just showed you before. Just check out our website if you're watching on LinkedIn, AAIC2021.b2match.io. There you'll find Sinan Tankaz's profile. You can send him a message, get in touch. Thank you so much for taking the time, Sinan, and for putting that into perspective. We move on with the program, Clemens.
Yeah, so thank you very much, Sinan, and I hope you stay with us on the networking platform.
I will do that. Yeah, thank you for the invitation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Right, and we have something very interesting planned for you next. It has already been announced on our platform and via mail. There's actually an AI hackathon going on. And to talk about what this is all about, I invite Gerhard Bader from the company Atos. Hello, Gerhard. Can you hear us? Can we hear you?
Yeah, I can hear you. Everything fine? Hello.
Hello, Gerhard. And we also have your partner for the hackathon here. It's Mr. Thomas Pichler from Left Shift 1. Hi, Thomas.
That's correct. Hello, everybody. I hope it's working. Just a technical check. 1, 2, 3.
Wonderful.
Wonderful. Great.
Working just fine.
Even the sunlight works in your window. Yeah, maybe for a little bit of context, for this year's AAIC, we were thinking of how to make it, let's say, more interactive, and we always are thinking of new formats to bring or to move the content we provide forward. And for this iteration, we partnered with Atos and with Left Shift 1 to conduct a hackathon during the 4 days of the event. So in order to keep, let's say, management overhead on a minimum level, we reached out to companies in the DACH region, and we will now hear more from Gerhard and Thomas what the hackathon is about, how it's structured, and especially when you can expect the results to be shown. So the stage is yours.
Perfect. Just give me a second. I will share something with you. Perfect. So, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Thank you for having us. So we are really delighted, so Left Shift 1 and Atos, to show to you what we have planned for the next 3 days. And I think that the most important thing is to start with, and then this is also what we discussed in the preparation, is always what is it about? And if we are talking around AI, and therefore it's good to have this conference, this international conference, we still feel and see at our clients that they're always asking time, costs. Can I really implement AI right now? Is it what's really possible already? And then this is, I think, what we are really trying to tackle within the next few days to show to you what's possible. So it's nothing you have to fear around AI anymore. You can really do this in a short period of time. For today, it's just the baseline. So we will show you in the next few minutes what is planned for the next few days and what we are trying to deliver until Friday. The details you will get on Friday. So be keen on that. Most important, and I think just to set the baseline, the base for hackathon for these 3 days is it's around use cases. Because a lot of times, if we are talking around AI, you're really close to technology. So what's possible with technology? What's possible with open source? What's possible with vendors? But I think that the right starting point is always around use cases, because it's around value creation. You want to create value. You want to create something for your company and not to implement technology. What we have prepared for the hackathon is now we have 4 use cases, which are starting from ticket analytics to marketing analytics to other use cases we will show to you on Friday, which we are going to implement in these 3 days. Finally, we have from the setup, we have now 4 use cases with 4 companies. And this means we have 4 streams. Each stream consists of a team from the customer, from the client, and a team from Atos and Left Shift 1, data scientists, data architects, which are really working together closely in these 3 days to implement the first use cases, to implement a minimum viable product. But still, I think you all know we are still in this kind of pandemic. So we are dealing with home office, with virtual things. And so there's a lot of challenges which are flying around if we are talking around the hackathon. This might be the question to Thomas. So what are the challenges? What we have to deal with for delivering this hackathon right now?
I find it funny. Thank you very much, because the actual challenge is the home office and the being not located in my office and what happens at that second. My daughter is coming in and providing me examples. So I hope it's okay for everybody. I'm sorry. So what are the challenges? Yeah, actually, we are at home. This happens. We are at home in different locations. It's Vienna, it's Graz, it's everywhere around the world. So we had to operate anyhow within a certain time frame where we say, okay, it's not the business as we used to have in the past. So this happens. So we need to work through that, and that we did. So we came together from different locations around the world. We wanted to work together on some use case. So we knew the direction we want to go, and we already said we want to understand that the restaurant is something which we can say, this is a proof of concept, it works technical wise, we understand the concept of the partnership, we understand how we want to operate as a team in a project, and also asynchron, get out of it and find out the technology side, where are the restrictions, and we found out there are none. So we could really focus on the use cases, we could focus on the problems, we could focus on everything what needs to be done to set the project up. So MVP is a very good topic. I'm so sorry, everybody. This is not live. This is live. Life is life. So we had in the beginning to frame exactly what need we to do that we can start the development, that we can get on Friday something which we will then show to you the outcome. So there's something planned on Friday, it's just a spoiler. So I'm only focusing on what we did. So we have a very agile project management. That's how we work. So we come up with the questions during the analysis phases, during we need whenever we need. So this is something we needed to create without being located together. So we aligned with each other with this basic concept where we said, this is what we want to do. And how we want to do it, so we were very open that we can get in a short period of time into or over the team building phase, which actually is very good. So the two things we did actually is we designed what is the goal. That's the first thing, that we understand exactly what is the goal without being in one room. That is one of the challenges we mastered. And the second thing is also we opened up everything. So it is nothing in this room what cannot be said and will be judged. So we opened up for a collaboration together, which enabled us to get actually to the use cases in a very short period of time, that we then understood what need to be done, that we can show something on Friday. And also for the MVP, we understand that it's working, and what are the next steps, because these are kind of the topics we need to evaluate, that we say out of this, we're starting in the next phase, we want to do out of the MVP something very big, which is already happening. So the point was actually to get something done. Obviously, the question, how do we get to the use cases? What is there, the operation and methodology? And I would ask this to you because that's where you are the expert from Atos. Gerhard, can you tell us a little bit more about this?
Sure. And I think that the perfect conclusion here is, how do we get there? How do we get to a hackathon? And this is, and I think we also experienced here with the 4 companies, starting on the level of ideas. Companies had different ideas on use cases, on something they want to implement. But the question always is then how to start and with what you can start. So to really identify and find the right use case you can work with, where you have the relevant data. Because if you don't have the data, it's nice to have a use case, but you will not succeed. And I think this is where we started on preparing this hackathon, is really talking to the companies, identifying the right use cases, identifying, do they have the data? What's possible from technology point of view, to really bring all these dimensions together, to have this now 4 use cases with 4 companies in 3 days to get implemented. And I think this is, if you don't have this big picture, if you don't have the methodology, it will be tricky. And this is where we can bring value to our clients, to our customers, to guide them through this journey from having an idea of getting a hackathon, getting an MVP implemented, for industrializing the solution finally. And I think that the core thing also here from this hackathon, the goal is to have something, a minimum viable product the companies really can use and bring back to their companies and really industrialize them. And this is what we always see. A lot of POCs are done globally, and then a lot of companies are doing POCs and experimenting something, but then it stops. And then the question is always how and why is it stopping? And this is where if you don't have the strategy, the big picture from idea to industrialization, then it fails. And this is what we really have here also as goal, to have the right use cases identified. And I think we have really cool and interesting use cases which brings value to the clients, and we'll show to you on Friday what these use cases are about. But also on the other hand, it will not stop on Friday. So the companies will take these implemented use cases back to their companies and will really industrialize them. So this is how to. But the question is always how to, but how do we enable with this hackathon? So what's the baseline? What's necessary for doing so? So that's the question back to Thomas. So what is the baseline for delivering this hackathon in these 3 days?
Yeah, thank you. Exactly, I can only agree what you said. That's basically when we focus on the customer, what is the problem, right? There's a base question in the background. What can we do from the technical side? So are there any restrictions and so on? So we are focusing on providing within this partnership what we have, which we also can demonstrate during a short period of time. So when we ask our customers during how was it working today and how was it working yesterday, I saw only smiling facing, like this is really a good thing how we want to approach, because the technical part is covered. So I only want to focus a little bit more on the technical part, obviously, because it's needed, but the customer is in the foreground. But anyhow, we need the technical base for that, and we have the AIOS, artificial intelligence operational system, which handles end-to-end what we discuss with the customer. So whatever comes up from the solution, we can pretty much implement within that. So what, in short term, what do we do? It's kind of, it is hyper automation. We create out of the business process, so to say, right away, the process within our product. So actually, consultant can do this on the fly, and then something magic happens within some, for example, OCR, or there's some skills, we call it skills, so you have some different kinds of application, and with that you can just think of different use cases, like what is it, data analysis, some prognosis, some future analytics, you just can make image conversion or whatever, you name it. So it's just state-of-the-art technology what we have or can implement. So it's not the focus on the different solutions. What we can think of, we can design, and then we can just put it into end-to-end perspective, so that we can just be able for the customer to provide afterwards a solution which solves the technical part. So I hope that gives a little bit of the thing what we can do, and therefore we just have this partnership, and we focusing on what we can do best. So for Atos, it is the consulting part, and we providing in the background the technology that actually that was the customer needs to be solved. We guide them through that, we understand their question and bring their question actually to a solution which the customer understands, and we then afterwards, after a few days, can show them and have next steps where they say, okay, this is really working, so let's do it and make the next steps. So I hope that's pretty clear. If there are any questions, I'm open to that. So Gerhard, with that, I'm giving back to you. Maybe you have some final words?
I think we're anyway already running out of time, but I think still 1 minute. So I think the most important part here for this hackathon is really working together with our clients, with our customers. Left shift one, this is part of the success we will have these 3 days, where we will show to you, and this is still be keen on what we will show to you on Friday. So I will not spoil in this case, but now we will show you on Friday what we have done in these 3 days, and we will also show you the results. So happy to get you all on board on Friday. So back to Clemens.
Yeah, Gerhard and Thomas, thanks a lot for the very in-depth look of the structure of the hackathon and the technologies you will apply. Yeah, we're looking forward to see both of you, also with Patrick, also from Left Shift 1, together on Friday, and we're looking forward to the results. In the meantime, if anyone from the audience wants to interact with both Atos and Left Shift 1, please, as usual, use the networking platform.
Yeah, please get in touch with them if you want to know anything about that. And yeah, get to it. AI Hackathon. Thank you so much for your contribution.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And Thomas,
thank you for having us.
Iron nerves.
That was a challenge. I'm so sorry. Really. Life is life, right?
It's a memorable performance. We did great.
We didn't do that this year, that we ask our audience where they are joining from, actually, home office or office, right? But we'll do that a little bit later.
In my
Thanks
case,
so much,
you, right?
and see you on Friday.
Thank you very much. Have a good one.
Thank you.
And we actually heard so many different use cases from corporates and startups and investors dealing in manufacturing, in automotive, in healthcare, in services. And this actually also mirrors the fields of activities from our participants. It's actually all industry sectors, all different kind of disciplines. And actually, we want to present you a short use case that that was realized for ourselves for Applied AI Conference in the creative industries. And with that intent, it's my special pleasure to introduce to you Mr. Julian Wiehl, the CEO of Vangardist Media. Hello, Julian. Can you hear us?
I can hear you clearly. Thank you for
Hello,
being.
Julian. And Yasha Süß from the agency Formlos. Hello, Yasha.
Hello. Nice to be here.
You present a short use case of how you designed the identity of Applied AI Conference 2021. And I would like to give the floor to you for your presentation.
Great. Thank you for the introduction, Matthias. It's good to be here at this amazing and unique conference. We talk about AI-inspired design. Because AI, most of the time, we hear about a lot of data content, and we use it for something very creative, which was for a long time only reserved to artists and to the creative industry, to humans. Yeah. So now we found a way to use it also for creativity. My name, once again, is Julian Wiehl. I'm CEO and co-founder of Vangardist magazine, which was an artsy LGBTQI community magazine. And then later founded the Vangardist agency, which is a creative agency for, as you can see, the avant-garde for your brand. And one of our projects before coming to this, to connect data, innovation, art, and technology was the Future Ball, which is an event to combine innovation, art, and technology, and to present this in an impactful experience of digital art exhibition with a mix of show elements and a lot of projection mapping, dance floors, and of course, an all-black avant-garde dress code, as you can see in one of the pictures here that I wanted to show you. So, so this is where we come from. We come from communication and using technology to combine it with the fun that people like in having events and having a good time. So in this event, we worked with a lot of artists, and Yasha was one of the ones who did all the animations for us. And this is how we started working together. And while we did a project also for the Chamber of Commerce in combination with MIT, I saw his Instagram feed, and he did some amazing artworks inspired by artificial intelligence. And this was the moment when I asked him, would you be able to use this for a client, for corporate work? And this was a moment when the miracles happen, how they always happen in life. Just 1 week later, we got a call from you, Matthias, and you said, okay, there is a pitch, and would you want to do a new design for the Applied Artificial Intelligence Conference? And I mean, this is the perfect use case to use Applied Artificial Intelligence, to use it for creative work. So I came back to Yasha and we did a pitch, and obviously we got the job, and this is the design that you've seen. And maybe you want to show us once again the video animation, so Yasha can go dig a bit deeper how he got to the final design, and where is the AI part in this. So, yeah.
Great. Thanks for the introduction, Julian. My name is Gerhard. I'm a digital artist and a co-founder of Formless Creative Studio. And at Formless, we focus on research and production in the fields of new media technology. And we create experiences for live events and concerts, where we create this content for special shows and projection mappings, such as Julian mentioned, the Future Ball. We also create online content and envision kind of how technology will shape the future, and work together with brands and agencies to create special experiences online. And when we have time, we also work on, whoops, sorry for that. We work on personal art projects. And one of these projects was exploring how AI can be used for the creative process and how it can be integrated into the creative process. And to me, in creating, the process itself is very important. And I would even say it's just as important as the outcome. One second, I think we have a little technical issue here. Okay, so the screen should now be working. Anyway, to me, the process itself is just as interesting as the outcome, because I believe that in the process, you can discover things that you couldn't even have imagined before. And I believe that something new cannot always be imagined, but rather has to be discovered in a sense. And this is exactly what we did with the intro animation for the Applied Artificial Intelligence conference. And for the creation process, one question, can you see the presentation, or is it, because for me it seems to be glitching. Can anybody give me a feedback?
Yeah, it seems to be a little bit glitchy, the presentation. Maybe that's because there's some animations in there.
Well, actually,
but please go ahead. Yeah,
yeah, I'll just continue. I think it should work now. Let's see. All right. Well, there are three components that added up to the 1 second. Okay. A little bit of a technical problem here. Well, I'll just continue, and we'll see if it works in the process. Three components were key in creating the animation, which was, on the one hand, AI-generated imagery, on the other hand, a generative particle system, and then above it all, the aspect of human curation. For the AI-generated imagery, we used an application called ArtBreeder, which allows you to create AI-generated images in a very intuitive way. It has this pre-trained models, which are based on the BigGAN and the StyleGAN model. And you basically have certain genes, which are the kind of visual idea that the machine has of certain objects, such as a bird or a car or whatever. And then you can mix those genes and mix the different images to create something completely new. And this is where the aspect of human curation comes in. and plays a key role, because it's always your artistic vision and your preconception that make the decisions that you make. So this becomes very individual again at the artistic level. And so I would generate those images in Artbreeder for hours and hours until I would get some interesting results. And as you can see here, these were some of the images, and I played around, and it was this very intuitive process where I would have certain criteria that I would choose to where the images became where I liked them, which was one of them that the background has to be black and the object has to be kind of separated from the frame. So it's it stands for itself. And these results I then used in an animation where I would interpolate between the images using the same start and end frame to have a seamless looping animation of the whole imagery. And this already was a very fascinating result, but I wanted to take it a step further because this was still a very flat image, sort of. So what I did was to introduce it, or basically apply it to a generative particle system. So for this, I basically took the images and generated a particle system that uses the generated images as an emitter, emitting thousands of particles per second that use the color information from the AI-generated images as a color source. And those particles would then move through space and were affected by certain forces, which gave it this very natural and organic aesthetics to it. And this in the process was a very important aspect to me, because also with the curation and the choices of the images, it was always something that kind of resembles nature in some way. To have images that are reminiscent of plants or animals and imagery of this sort, to have this kind of natural look to it, because nature, I believe, is a very universal language of beauty that everyone can relate to in one way or the other. And this also goes for the particle system, where you have this very flowing aesthetic. It's kind of like watching a waterfall or a fire burn, which you could just stare at forever, because it's always similar but never the same kind. And so also the design choice of the individual elements was very, I also used this aspect that the individual pieces themselves look very technical, but then when they add up to becoming something bigger than the sum of its parts, it becomes again very natural. And I think this is this very fine sweet spot where the beauty of nature and technology meet up. So by combining those three aspects of AI-generated imagery, a generative particle system, and the aspect of human curation, we were able to create something completely new, which was, I think, a very interesting result. And AI played a very important role in this process. And the creation process never comes from nothing. It's always the human experience that precedes it. But the interesting thing in this case is that the AI is influenced by the human experience, but then in further consequence, the human experience is also influenced by AI. And this is where you get this fascinating feedback loop where completely new things can be discovered, imagined, and created with the help of AI. And so, summing it up, I believe that in the artistic process, AI is not only a great tool, but it's also a source of inspiration and a collaborator. And the artist himself does not only take the role of the creator, but also of the curator. And that is also where the agency comes in, and that's where I would give it back to Julian.
Yeah, thank you, Sasha, for the explanation and also for the great project. I now have a little bit of feedback loop here, but I don't know if everybody has this, it's just me. Yeah, I was surprised what AI is able to do in the creative industry. And it's not replacing anybody, but it becomes a very important tool. It becomes a source of inspiration, and it's part of the process, but it's not taking over. So it shows us that the artist is still needed, and it's his mindfulness that guides the AI to create the output. Yeah, and as we heard, it's hours of working with the AI to get the final result. So the AI doesn't give you the result that you want in the very first second that you use it, but it's a process. Yeah, and yeah, this shows us that humans are very much needed to guide AI, and that artists become a more important role in the future, also in the corporate world, where you have to have a higher knowledge in technology, but also in the art world, and in combining this, and suddenly you make a corporate product like a brand design. And we as an agency understand our part of this, that to choose the technology and choose the right artist then to have a final amazing outcome. So it's all about curations, and it's all about guidance, and I think this makes this job so interesting, and I'm very excited to see where this will lead us, and how AI will support us and be our new partner in crime for the new projects.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much.
So you would see AI basically as a tool to use as an artist, and as a tool that you will explore further in the future?
Well, we as an agency definitely, because it brings us to new levels. It's a source of inspiration that can you show design that maybe you were not able to imagine. And because our brain is also limited, and technology can show us also different kinds of things that are maybe not related to what we know. And just if we go back into the past and to the history, artists always have been copying other artists and changing it a little bit. And this process took over hundreds of years, if you see the development in painting or in photography. But now this process goes within minutes. AI gives you something, and you take it as an artist, you give it back to the AI. So this process that took over hundreds of years now can be a process within hours or days, and it gets you to a completely new level. So yeah, it will be a great tool for us to deliver mind-blowing designs and artwork. Yeah.
#artificial imagination. Thank you so much, Julian and Jascha, for this presentation. And you are also on our matchmaking platform, actually. So if you're interested in exchanging on the topic even further, please get in touch with them. We wish you a good day and talk to you soon. Thank you so much, Julian.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you.
Great.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
And Clemens, we move right on to
our final session of today, again hosted by one of our partners, which will also be with us both for today for the corporate session and tomorrow for the ecosystem session. So with me, or with us here, are Elin Hauge and Navid, both from the two founders of Network Development. They are also our last event on logistics. Hosted a session on applied AI and logistics in the UAE. Plus, Elin also was with us 2 years ago at the last AAIC that was happening in person and not virtual.
And physical event, unbelievable.
Yeah. Atoms, not electrons. So let me hand over the word.
Yeah.
So let me hand over the word to the two of you. Thanks for being on board again.
Thank you.
The stage is yours.
Thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to being around physically, maybe next year. Welcome to this session. It's about the application, implementation, and future of AI in the Middle East. As Europeans, we may think of the Middle East as a very foreign region, and maybe Dubai in specific as shopping heaven. However, the reality is that the Middle East is in the midst of a fundamental transition where digital technologies play an essential role. The UAE's dedicated strategy on AI and the many initiatives also supported by the government to support the development of new technologies places it in a very strong position to become one of the leaders of AI in the region and quite possibly in the world. The purpose of this session is to give some highlights about the momentum of AI application in the Middle East and hopefully inspire European tech companies to contribute to this momentum. As Clemens said, this session is hosted by Network Development Hub, an international advisory company founded by Navid Sayed and myself about a year ago. And we help tech startups and scale-ups to commercialize and grow across the Nordics, Europe, and the Middle East. And we're also now expanding to include China, Latin America, and Sub-Saharan Africa. We work a lot with European tech startups and scale-ups to help them move or expand to the Middle East. We have a lot of experiences in what works and maybe what doesn't work quite that well. And my partner will share a few of his reflections a bit later. Couple of practical details. Please add questions in Slido if you want to ask something, and then I will select some of them and ask our speakers. And if we don't answer those questions during the session, please reach out to us. And also feel free to network with Navid as the speakers are on the stage. So our first speaker is Andrew Schumer. He's technical director at Accent Technologies, which is a cybersecurity company. He has been cybersecurity and digital transformation advisor to the UAE government private sector. He has designed, implemented, and delivered successful security and digital transformation solutions, including AI projects globally for Fortune 500 companies and governments. He has developed strategies that incorporate the most innovative and advanced technologies in the marketplace by building trusting relationships and with different stakeholders and industry leaders. The title of Andrew's talk is Can AI Deliver on the Promise of a Smart Government? Now, that is a very interesting discussion. Andrew, the screen is all yours.
Thank you very much. I hope you can all hear me. I apologize about the frequency of my camera. I can see it's flickering, but soon you'll see my screen instead. I'm going to make a lot of very bad jokes today, but welcome to Dubai. Please tell me if you can see my screen. Everyone? Anyone?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Hi, everyone, and welcome to Dubai. My name is Andrew, as you heard. I've had a lot of fun working with Dubai government, a number of governments. I'm originally from South Africa, so I got that sub-Saharan area covered. Lived in Denmark for 15 years, managed to escape the cold and come to the sunshine. I hope you can see out the back here, there's some sunshine in Dubai today, 41 degrees Celsius. So I have on this the first slide, if you want to have my contact details, just scan it, go ahead. The purpose is, can AI deliver on the promise of a smart government? So obviously everyone has been talking about AI. I've been watching some of the sessions. And man, AI's got a lot of concepts, a lot of areas that it can cover, right? So ideally, we're talking about singularity. I thought, since I'm in Austria, let's get a couple of Austrians on board, South Africans on board on the right, if any of you know that. I'll throw a word cloud, because what's a presentation without a word cloud? So what do I mean when I say AI? So obviously, this is a point of contention. It's almost as contentious as blockchain, right? Be careful, I'm not going to put those two together. When you talk about AI, to me, you're talking about a much more advanced version of robotic process automation, something which can function, something which includes a learning capability, something which includes the ability to drive decision-making. All right. Now that is a pretty broad spectrum and includes things like analytics for those geeks out there. There's a speaker who's going to come after me who definitely knows more about this stuff than I do, certainly from a technical level. But what I've looked at in working with telecommunication companies, I've looked at it in terms of data science, I've looked at it in terms of what AI is. It's so much more than just saying, is this spam? Is this not spam? People keep telling me we are at the cusp in government, we are going to use AI to make all the decisions. And I showed them the video of trying to identify what a dog is, and it looks at a dog, it says dog, 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 and then suddenly the dog says meow. Not really a functional version of Terminator yet, or Chappie. I don't really think we're about to launch Skynet, to be honest. And I think the singularity is something quite far away. So when I talk about AI, I talk about decision ability procedures. And this is important, we're going to come back to this in a minute, because I'm going to talk about smart cities. And that's really interesting. So smart cities and smart governments. Everybody wants to build a smart city. Gosh, isn't it cool? Envision a city of the future. I'm thinking maybe Blade Runner 2049. Blade Runner, the original one's it's a bit dark. But you're kind of going over a domed city, things are connected, people are living, maybe it's a Star Trek type world, right? Everybody's just doing great, right? Science fiction comes into play here. We got teleporters everywhere. I have my devices, I walk into a room, everything I like works the way I like it. I'm going to throw that around and say that's not a smart city, that is a lazy city. A smart city is smart people living in a society which is connected, providing increasingly beneficial and sustainable living solutions. Increasingly connected, increasingly secure. Gosh, that is quite a statement. Man, whoever said that was clever. That was me. What is Dubai? So if any of you know, it is a great place to shop. That's correct, Ellen. There's a lot of contention about it. If you're coming from Europe, and let's be honest, if you're coming from Europe, there's some preconceived ideas about the United Arab Emirates, some of which are true, most of which are not, just like any other country. The United Arab Emirates itself consists of 7 almost independently managed emirates, so independently managed areas. The 2 major ones that pretty much run most of it are Abu Dhabi and Dubai. And the reason that we talk about Dubai a lot, it's incredibly Western friendly for an Arab nation. Everybody seems to think there's oil everywhere. There really isn't. It's got a lot of Western civilization-based features. People there's a lot of freedom here. There's a lot of safety here. Of course, there are some cultural things we need to be aware of as well. Now, Dubai is a city-state and does not have access to oil. So oil ran out very, very quickly. In the 1970s, they're like, we have oil, yalla. And then they said, we've run out of oil, not good. And so the ruling families in Abu Dhabi said, well, that's okay, we can take care of it. We have lots of oil and we have all the friends in Saudi Arabia. And Dubai said, no, we're going to build something different. We want to be business positive. We want to build technology, hub, logistics, all of that. So they ended up building, I can tell you the whole story about Dubai, but they ended up building quite a few things. And the whole mentality behind Dubai was this: if you build it, they will come. So if you ever visit Dubai, and I recommend that you do, possibly in a few of the cooler months, towards the end of the year, you'll see huge swaths of communities being built. Even though some people have left, it's been under the COVID pressure. Obviously, there's been a lot of people leaving. Slowly, we're starting to come back, but they just build and build and build. And everyone asks, why? Well, that's because for the last 45 years, every time Dubai has bet on something and built something, it has worked. And this is why they're doing it with technology. And I know that word, it was used earlier when it was introducing me, digital transformation. Oh, we could play some bingo with that word. But actually, they're focusing on trying to do that. I'm going to tell you a little bit about how and why in a moment. And AI will come into this, I promise, not just Terminators. So, Dubai, land of opportunity and money, gold everywhere, right? Gosh, the funding must be amazing. So what promises are there with regards to funding? What can be done? Now, there's a number of entities that Dubai has set up. So they put their money where their mouth is. They're saying, we want absolutely to be the smartest, the fastest, the best. And how do we do this? All right? If you don't have to worry about being re-elected every few years, there's a lot of stuff that you can do with money. Right? There's a lot of stuff that you can do with decision making. And they've been able to create an enormous number of entities, an enormous number of programs to try and escalate as well, but elevate technology, elevate the ideas of the future. And AI is a very, very large part of that. I'm going to get into how in a moment. So, for example, it is the only place in the world where they have a Ministry of Possibilities. It's a government ministry called the Ministry of Possibilities, where you go to the ministry says, right, we have something we want to do. We want to basically break down language barriers immediately. How do we do that in 10 days, 20 days, 30 days? And you get given an enormous amount of money and funding go do it. And most of these projects fail, but those that don't are global successes. So for example, refloating the islands of Mauritius, working with Seychelles on climate change, being able to move, in some cases not move, icebergs from Antarctica. All of these are UAE-based and specifically Dubai-based technologies that have come out of this area. We also have now, so our venerator Sheikh Mohammed, His Highness, has put a plan together with his advisors called Dubai 2040. So Dubai is quite a warm place right now. It's a lot of desert, a lot of buildings, but they're now working more on ecological solutions. So reintroducing far more of the local plants, flora and fauna. Most people think Dubai is the sandy deserts. It has that too, but there's a lot of local plant life, local ecological systems, mangroves, etc. And they're rebuilding and recreating all of that, much like Europe has done for quite a long time, Dubai is doing. But in typical Dubai fashion, it is, how can we use this to generate power? How can we use this to generate safe and secure spaces, bring in carbon, all of those sorts of areas. So this is something that they're doing quite a lot of. They've generated something called Area 2071 inside Emirates Towers, downtown Dubai. This entire area is purposely built along the idea that 100 years after independence, so Area 2071, you should be able to have the kinds of solutions that the world looks at and says, we want that, right? We need those solutions. So there's the blockchain center inside it. No one's going to talk about cryptocurrency or what's happened recently, but I am someone who believes to hold. The other idea, of course, is advanced technologies, how robotics works, 3D printing, what can be done with that, printing of houses. Area 2071, just outside, they've 3D printed using drones an office, for example, to prove that they can do these things. And then, of course, the government has something called 10X. So always being 10 years ahead of other world cities, how do we do it? And some of the government entities come up with truly inspiring ideas, and some of them come up with truly terrible ideas. One of them, which I'll share with you, if any of you watch, you probably don't, you all seem like very established people. But one of these things is Dubai police said, what we need for better policing is blimps in the sky with monitoring capabilities on it. And they put this forward at 10X, and everybody looked at each other and thought they were joking, because they'd all seen that Batman cartoon where Batman does this in the future, and they're like, no, that's not going to work. But at least it's a space where you can throw crazy ideas out there and see what happens. And there are some areas, and we're going to see some of those projects in a moment that have come out of 10X that Dubai is doing. So I'm going to move on here. So I've talked about Dubai, a little bit about AI, a little bit about the funding structure. How does it work, right? So we are used to, in European countries, you have a government. The government has multiple organizations underneath it that take care of your tax. That's a really big one in Scandinavia. Your judicial systems, your legal systems, all of that has to be there. In Dubai, they are kind of the same. They just split them into many, many entities. Now, this particular slide shows that I did not go to business school because I'm using all the animations in the world. So how it goes is, tell me if you can, well, you can't tell me, but here are the entities that Dubai has to pay for and use. So we've got economic development, finance, tourism, chamber, customs, municipality, audit departments, it just goes on. All of these departments, every single one of them that you see here, I'm not going to let you read through all of them, but I promise they're all there. All of those departments have one thing in common. They all have to compete for the same amount of money. And the way to do that is you go up to His Highness, you present and you say, these are the initiatives that we're doing. These are the things that we're doing. Do they, and then of course His Highness measures them based upon how they map to the initiatives that he wants Dubai to be. And of course, Dubai should be the smart city, the sustainable city, the safe city. So depending on how you put your initiatives according to that, you might get more funding. We're going to go through some of those in a minute, but we actually have an AI strategy that was defined in 2018, which Dubai is now pushing towards. So every entity is trying to say, okay, we use AI for anything, which there have been an enormous number of disasters regarding that because AI is complicated. And as I mentioned before, unless you have a data lake, a complete system set up and master data management and proper data scientists and use cases that work, and you understand exactly what you're doing, before you even get to something which is an AI enabled service, you've probably failed along the way and spent an enormous amount of money. So that competition year by year, quarter by quarter is getting more difficult and it's getting more intense between these departments. And so when we had 138 departments, we now have about 50. All of these have changed over time. They're incorporating each other, they're getting better, they're getting slightly cheaper to run. And the last thing I should tell you about these departments and entities is because they have to compete with each other, they also have to sell. So for example, if a government makes a piece of software in America and another government entity needs to use it, federal, they just use it. Here they have to sell it to them, it becomes part of their budgetary use. So this is why you might see, if you're living in Lithuania, for example, the Dubai Fire Department, it's called something else now, but Dubai Fire Department actually went over and did courses on how they did advanced firefighting in Dubai. There were a couple of terrible fires and nobody died, nothing bad really happened. And they showed how they used some drones to put out fires, things like that. So they sell consultancy services on top of actually being a government agency, run a little bit differently. So, example of entities doing AI. Again, I put that QR code up there. I do love a QR code. Blame COVID, I'm sorry about that. It's just my contact details. So we have an AI minister in Dubai. We have an AI strategy. We have legal systems built around AI, how to use it, how to ensure that the data is safe and secure in Dubai. For example, we have AI Everything. It's a relatively big, take a look at the top left, a relatively big conference, where again, we're trying to pursue atoms versus electrons, but all depends on how it goes, where we can all be together in the same room. And it's really about AI Everything. How is AI influencing government? And this idea is to bring all the top people from around the world. And I'm talking about people who are crazy to people who are just very good in their industry and say, look, what can we do? What's the best thing to do? The next one over is a little smaller, but it was an AI impact on the UAE economy. What we're talking about is the Middle East was expected to accrue 2%, this is in 2018, of the total global benefits of AI by 2030. It's $320 billion. So it is really pushing ahead to try and gain as much as it possibly can. And that's obviously both government and private, but they are trying to open up for it. There are tax credits. Yes, there is tax in the UAE. It's just not as much as anywhere else. There are tax credits, there are carbon credits, there are everything you can imagine to try and enable you to use AI in your business. We also have this that says the largest impact of AI is expected to be in the UAE, and this has got to do with government programs. So we have in KHDA, the Dubai Knowledge, that's the Dubai entity responsible for education. They go ahead and they do an enormous amount with AI-enabled education, especially now where everybody has to study from home or work from home or do school from home. They've enabled applications. Apps are a huge thing in Dubai. If you move to Dubai, you download 60 apps for the government. A lot of them are going to be enabled with virtual assistants that can communicate with you. Because it's such a melting pot of languages and culture, the natural language processing abilities inside these communication tools are insane. You try and be on I think Naveed can tell you later, when you lived in Dubai, you'd be on a call with local government and you're speaking to a Filipino who switches to an Indian, a Hindi accent and throws Arabic at you. Trying to put that all together and understand what's being said is complicated. Rashid has won enormous amounts of awards, working with IBM Watson, working with a number of other technologies to really promote that going forward. And their entity Smart Dubai, which of course tells you more about the purpose of the entity. So Dubai Smart Government, Dubai needs to be smart. It has an entity called Smart Dubai. They've pushed out Rashid and control it. So when you come to Dubai, if you need to pay your bills and you need to do all of that, there's one application which can control all of it. It can tell you your electricity usage, your water usage. You can pay for things, traffic, how it works. It gives you suggestions on your usage, all of that, all powered by Rashid and Smart Dubai. The Dubai Health Authority has health checkups. Traditionally, and of course this is in my industry as well, you want to be a bit careful about patient data. As you can imagine, a lot of medical devices, a lot of medical data is kept very separate. Dubai Health Authority has done this, but has been able to generate signals and identify underlying causes of health issues in Dubai specifically, using these signals and data anonymized. And have been able very quickly to use that in terms of how they're responding to the pandemic, but also how they're responding to things like diabetes, which is a big problem here. Please don't look at me when I say that. When they look at problems of, when you're sitting down all the time, you're inside all the time, what are the issues that come with pulmonary activity? So all of these systems that are connected to try and understand these signals, all these are AI enabled, that they work together, again, with Watson. Also worked with Google, I think, on some of that as well. So that's pretty interesting. and of course Dubai Police. I mean, Dubai Police is traditionally the entity which tries the most. So they will try absolutely anything. So they will have flying cars, or in this case, flying choppers that kind of people ride around. They will have these guys on jet skis. They'll have jetpack guys, robots on the street. These turn out to be quite useful. Most of them are great gimmicks, but all in all, it's an enormous amount of money spent to prove that they want to do more, they want to learn more, and change how it's working. So, some more in-depth examples. So RTA, which is the Roads and Transport Authority, specifically for Dubai, they use AI for a lot of things. Right? So they use it to monitor traffic, what's actually happening, how are the roads working, right? So if you've lived in Dubai as an expat, you will absolutely complain about it. You'll say, oh, they're terrible, the traffic is terrible. I, for one, sat in a taxi and the gentleman was going up an off-ramp and went, oh no, that was the wrong turn off, and reversed back onto the highway. Yeah, that was a scary experience. What happens now is all of those incidents are monitored, not just to give that gentleman a fine, but also to identify, okay, well, maybe he took the wrong turn off because there was something else happening for the destination that I was going to. All of this data is fed into central systems that are there designed to kind of create and curate a better designed city. So 40 years ago, the main road going from Dubai to Abu Dhabi was essentially a dusty road. Today, it's a 7-lane highway in each direction, expanding, monitoring tags all over the place, with changing places all over, with overpasses, underpasses that function quite well. If they don't function well, they're moved and changed. They identify congestion patterns. For example, they do matrices to understand movements of traffic. So for example, 5 kilometers down the road, the traffic slows to an almost halt because somebody decided to cut in 6 times. And why is that the case, and how do we minimize that? With public transportation, it's massive. So of course the joke is, yalla, we will find out very quickly if the bus needs to stop at this bus stop or it's too late to do it. Obviously that's not really functional. Buses need to stop everywhere at the right time. But what they did understand was maybe the placement of bus stops needs to change. Maybe how people take the bus needs to change. Maybe the types of people taking that bus, how they pay. All of these behaviors surrounding you taking a bus changes. If you've been to Dubai 4 years ago, you would take a bus route from every single metro station, and the metro station would be one line. Now they've completely diversified it. So now you can get from, sorry, the purpose of that statement was it would take about 2.5 hours to get from one end of the city to the other. They minimized that to 45 minutes. All of this using systems. They put on the bus the systems, they put in their PTA systems, monitoring systems, and these are all AI-enabled systems. That's RTA. DEWA, there's a lot of titles here, but on the bottom there's something called DEWA. That's the Dubai Electronic and Water Authority. So, as you can imagine, a lot of water in Dubai, very, very hot place during the summer, not very much rainfall unless they seed. So they need to be very careful with what they have. And when pipes burst, you need to get there quickly and try and do something about it. So they monitor now. They do what they can to monitor movements of water. They have smart recognition systems. They have pressure-based systems all over the place monitoring what's happening. And again, Ramas is their version of Rashid. So you speak to Ramas and Ramas communicates back with you. So you can immediately go and say, I saw burst pipe. There's something wrong with what I'm having. I, for one, live in a place called Sustainable City. It's a great name, but it just means that we have black water, gray water, and we have solar panels everywhere. It reduces our cost, but also gives back into the system. Because I have that, I have an app with DEWA that tells me how much I'm generating, if I need to get my solar panels cleaned, because dust is quite an issue. So you can see it start to go down, they come in and do a cleaning, and it goes up again. So all of these great systems are in place, and data collection on you, right? DEWA has said, okay, well, instead of us just making applications, why don't we actually invest in AI properly? We're going to build data centers. So they're building tier 3 because you can't have a tier 4 or tier 5 data center in the UAE. So they're actually building these data centers to promote the use of big, large data management, large data AI management areas. So it's called Morrow. They provide all solar panels, solar powered Morrow out in the desert. They're doing the same thing with water. They're pumping water directly from the ocean straight into the center to keep it cool. So these are the kinds of things that they're doing to promote the use of AI. So if you have an AI program, you can go tomorrow and say, I need disk space, rack space, and they're going to give it to you at a much reduced price. If you're working with government and you have an AI program. So that's how they're promoting it. Right. Let's take a breath. We're slowly moving into my area. My area is cybersecurity, and as an advisor, my job would be to say no. So we want to do blockchain. No. We want to open up all the the results we're seeing from foreigners. No. Right? These are the kinds of things I would do, and I would work together with Dubai Electronic Security Center, and they've given me permission to show some of the stuff that they're doing. So what they've done, their job is to protect Dubai entities, to create a cyber web around them and say, we do not want to be hacked, breached. We don't want our networks to be breachable. Of course it happens, but we do our very best to mitigate it. And in this, we've basically said, Dubai Electronic Security Center needed to build a way to motivate people, because you don't really hit people over the head. It's the carrot or stick concept. Sticks don't really work that well. Cyber is very complicated. And so they created an index, right? So a behavioral index that said, when there's a problem, it comes to you. Did you respond to it? How quick did it take? These kind of metrics that we're starting to understand. And slowly but surely, everybody on board with these metrics, and they called it the cyber index. The cyber index that turned into an AI-enabled device, which then stated, if you're not responding, why not? What kind of breaches are you having? We're pulling from virus total and a number of threat incident areas, and slowly started to work around a behavioral pattern analysis of responding to cyber incidents. So Desk is using AI for that. They've got defensive security systems, educational support for awareness training, again, very much based on what the KHDA, so the knowledge grouping, the guys responsible for schools in Dubai, are working with, and they're trying to understand what people, how they learn, how they can get information relatively quickly. And they have internal management systems also based upon, oh, you did these 6 courses, should you go on this career path, should we adjust the career path services? So they're doing a lot of very advanced stuff in HR just by using some of these AI or analytic systems. Dr. Bushra is this lovely lady you see here. She's in charge of, gosh, so many things. And they have done enormous amounts of research with AI and cybersecurity. Some of the stuff you might hear about in a few moments when I'm done waffling. But again, very much on instead of saying, hey, I'm going to look at the behavior of your organization and then block things on your firewall based on that, like a very famous British company does, they're turning around saying, well, why don't we understand malware, right? So we look at things like ransomware, and of about the millions of, it's about thousands of ransomware types that are out there, they all come from about 7 roots. And if we know how that worked and we learn what the next root will be, maybe we have a way to defend against it. Maybe we have a way to identify it in your system. And this is what she works with very, very carefully and very, very well, I would say. So it's a really great picture to show of her because, of course, wearing a abaya, people have many different opinions about that, but one of the brightest people I've ever had the pleasure of working with. Moving forward, I'm not sure if you can hear this, but Dubai Electronic Security Center and its above grouping turned around and said to us as the guys who are working there, you can build whatever you want with regards to AI. We need to enable it because we have people who are learning AI and we have data, but they're not connected. So help us with it. So I'm going to show you a quick video. Tell me if I'm going on too long and tell me if you can hear it. So I don't know if you heard that, but that is not many people have seen that. That was an internal video initially used to create the system that we did called Deeply. Deeply was a much more collaborative version than Watson, for example, and allowed people to really input their data and data scientists come in and work with that data, share the models on about 6,000 leveled servers with GPU access as well. So it's a very, very large and scalable product using Kubernetes back when Kubernetes was still young and made me cry, but that's what it is. There was a whole IaaS system that worked quite well. So Dubai Police also has a number of AI-enabled activities, as I mentioned before. They do advanced image recognition and dynamic routing, predictive placement of vehicles, identifying people's temperatures, trying to understand where that works. So when I show you the typical Dubai Police car, what you're not seeing at the top is very advanced cameras and systems to understand what's going on around it, very spatial awareness systems. So when it stops a vehicle, it can monitor what's going on, what's in the vehicle. We've now started, well, they've started deploying smart police stations in different areas. So you go in and you actually, this is the crime that happened, or this is the query I have, or how do I do this? And these systems help you. So Dubai Police is doing quite a bit to work on that. Nearly finished, guys. So the future connectivity of all these solutions. So there's lots more of this. What is Dubai doing? Obviously, we're looking at edge networks. All right, so to be able to collect the data properly, data is a pain. Data is hard because everybody thinks they have all the data in the world, and it turns out that most of it is junk. It needs to be sorted, managed, dealt in a way that makes sense. And much smarter people than myself definitely work with that. And edge networks are a pretty good way to do that, but they're insecure. So by design, they're insecure. So we have to find a way to do that as well. And that's what Dubai is really focusing on. Once this works, once we have interconnected these systems, we start to generate a smarter population. And when you have a smarter population, you have a smart city. So why is my industry focusing on for smart government, and why? I mentioned data. Data is key. And in Europe, you have the GDPR laws, data privacy, all these things that need to protect what's going on. There are hackers that'll take on, if I give a very well-crafted algorithm the wrong information, it's going to give the wrong output. It's very simple. And so these are the things that are challenging and needing to be stopped. So what we're trying to do as a cyber industry is protect what's happening on the AI level. So there was always a challenge between data scientists and software developers. Now it's a challenge between data scientists, software developers, and cybersecurity people. And it's this collaboration that needs to happen. So that's really what we're focusing on for smart government. So this is the fourth wall. I'll break it a little bit. You start with data, you then go to privacy, you then security, AI, predictive security, you go back to data. This idea that the security behind everything generates AI. And that's really where I come into this. And that's really what Dubai is trying to do. They're trying to understand how can they secure what's actually happening, because in a world where you are surrounded by China and geopolitical challenges and Russia and the US, all these major countries, and you as a country yourself, the United Arab Emirates, have really put a lot of money and time into expanding and modernizing your society. Without the right security, you're breaching it. You're not getting the right data. You're definitely not getting the right AI. So a really big part of this is building ecosystems that enable people to be secure and transparent in what they're doing, which takes us to AI ethics. And of course, more people will talk about this in a minute, but of course you have this confirmation bias is a huge problem in our society. They say, what makes you say that? It's, are you kidding me? I see it everywhere I look, right? So in terms of bias, we need to understand in our automated solutions, why? What is the context of the solution of the decision-making predictive tool that we're using? I heard someone mention predictive maintenance earlier. Yes, it can always do maintenance on what we know, but what about what we don't know? So you need to know your context. You need to establish procedures to identify bias. You need to talk to decision makers about their bias. You need to ensure the speed of automation is auditable, right? So if I say, all right, simple automation is going to be someone does something and then it does something else, and that's be manual. If I automate that, it happens thousands of times a second. What happens if there's something wrong there? If there's a bias in there, how do I identify that? How do I stop that? Got to research what bias is. And if you really want to help eradicate bias in the most incredible way possible, and this is going to be so funny coming from someone who lives, breathes the UAE every day, engage in diversity. Different people, different genders, different ethnic backgrounds think differently. Multicultural means that you get access to so many different thought patterns, so many different biases, so many different perceptions. Working in diverse teams isn't just a soft skill. It's necessary to build the correct hard skill. And then I've written, be nice to programmers. I wasn't for a long time, turns out you should be, since they're the ones who are painstakingly trying to put a lot of this together as well. So AIFS.
Andrew?
Yeah.
I would also make sure that we have time for Anchal. So not to interrupt you, because I would love to listen to you forever. But I also need to take care of the time.
Absolutely. So Smart Cities Dubai, this is the last slide and then I'm done, if that's okay.
Of course.
Sorry about that. So Dubai invests. It has an AI minister. It has Smart Dubai, Ministry of Possibilities, 10x Dubai 2040, 2071, Ministry of the Fourth Industrial Revolution. All of this is not just because they have too much money and want to throw it at it, and it's not just out of a charitable place. Dubai, once again, is a city in the desert. It needs to create value. If it can see itself creating a place where all the greatest minds of AI can come together and really face the challenges that we're seeing coming in our future, our climate change, geopolitical issues, financial issues, pandemic issues, all of that coming together, we can solve it here. We can export that. So that is what Dubai is trying to do. Thank you very much. Thank you for the extra time. I apologize.
No worries, Andrew. Thank you very much. And we have received some questions. I will pick them up after Anchal, but also for those of you who have asked questions, feel free to reach out to Andrew directly. He has given us his LinkedIn profile several times, so just go for it. Right. So then I would like to move on to our next speaker. Her name is Anchal Bala. She's a senior data science consultant at Capgemini. She's a technical expert, highly experienced in data science and AI, and also drives the data science and AI portfolio sales in the Middle East. She's a published author of the research paper Smart Malware Detection from Signatures to Artificial Intelligence. Go and look it up. I know it's online. She's also an avid speaker, and she speaks at major conferences on subjects like data science, AI, ethics, women in tech. She's currently community lead at the Women in Data chapter in Dubai and an ambassador at the Women in Data Science group, Stanford University. And she's part of the 1 Million Women in STEM initiative. Anchal, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much, Helen, for the lovely details. I would share my screen. Just give me a second. Let me know when my screen is being shared.
Yes, works like a charm.
Okay, so hey everyone, thank you so much for joining today's session. And in addition to Andrew's talk before, I will be going over this topic in a more broader sense today, and I'll be going over the multiple AI advancements in the Middle East and also a sneak peek into the future. So I'll go over what we'll be covering today. So first, we'll be looking at AI, especially AI in the Middle East and the context. And then we were jumping in right into the current projects that are being implemented. And then we will look at what it holds for the future, the initiatives coming up. And I would also cover another important topic, like why developing an AI strategy is important for organizations and how Capgemini helps with that. And then we would be concluding it with some thoughts and a question and answer session. So without further ado, let's get started. So we all know what is AI, and knowingly or unknowingly, we would have used an application of AI today. It is embedded in our phones, it is in our search engines, our cars, it is in many, many places. So what actually makes it even more fascinating is the fact that this concept used to be only seen in research papers is now coming to life and can actually be seen in many industries as well. So AI is a buzzword, and every industry from telco, retail, finance, every industry wants to implement an AI project. But the question that follows is that, okay, AI is cool, but would this be delivering any business value? What is the business value that it is bringing in? And this is a very important question that I would be addressing later on as well. So let's actually break this down and see and look at this at a more broader sense and look at some of the stats. So according to the PwC report, AI is going to be contributing 15.7% to 15.7 trillion to the global economy by 2030, and this is a 16% more to the global economies. And if we look at the Middle East, $320 billion is expected to be added to the economies, and this is an 11% to the GDP. And this is a huge number if you consider it. So let's break this number down and let's look at how each region, each country in the Middle East contributed to this growth last year. So if you look at this graph, 13.6% was contributed by UAE, followed by Saudi Arabia, which contributed 12.4%, and then the other GCC countries, Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar contributed 8.2%, whereas Egypt contributed 7.7%. So if we look at this on a global scale, China was the #1 contributor to AI, and followed by North America, and UAE was at the 3rd position. So this actually means that UAE is one of the leaders, and all of this was possible because of the AI initiatives and the projects that were implemented in the UAE. So let's actually look at what these projects and what these initiatives were. And for this part of the presentation, I would actually be focusing on both the UAE and the Saudi Arabia regions. So the first point we will see is how there is a Ministry of Artificial Intelligence in the UAE and a Saudi Data and AI Authority in Saudi Arabia. Next, we will look at what investments are being made in AI and the infrastructure development, and also a very interesting topic about smart cities. So I know Andrew has covered some bits and pieces of smart cities, but I will be going over some of it as well. Next, we have healthcare, how AI is playing a major role in the healthcare sector, and how AI was used to tackle and still tackle COVID-19 in the UAE. And the last topic would be AI in the education system. So the first point I would like to discuss is the Ministry of AI in the UAE. So UAE is actually the first country to have their own Ministry of AI. So the Ministry of AI is actually responsible for developing the national strategy. They also have their Think AI initiative, which actually is responsible for some of the initiatives like the formation of the UAE AI Council, any workshops, any trainings for the government officials, and also integrating AI into services like healthcare and the security services. Now, moving on to Saudi. Saudi has their own Data and AI Authority, and they've already established the National Center for AI and also the National Data Management Office as well. So as part of Saudi's vision for 2030, they have established a national data bank. So this actually consolidates some of the government data sets, some digital assets, and they've also are building one of the largest clouds in the region. So this would mean merging data centers that are being owned by different government offices. And this is all part of the data and AI strategy in the kingdom. Next, let's look at the investments that are being made in the AI. So, according to a few reports, UAE is actually the second highest when it comes to investing in AI in the Middle East and Africa region. Turkey was the first one. So, the UAE has contributed 2.15 billion into this technology, and it was all possible with the support of the government, different corporations in the region, and also by supporting different startups, which I'll be talking about. And because of this, the UAE actually rose by 4 positions in the Global Competitive Index in 2019. If we look at startups, so startups are being nurtured in the UAE as well. There are already 85 AI startups registered, and they're receiving extensive support from the government. Smart Dubai, as Andrew mentioned, is also has some initiatives to support startups in the region as well. So Saudi Arabia has also invested a great amount in AI. So they've invested 3 billion in the infrastructure to make it AI ready and make it a world leader when it comes to AI. So Saudi Arabia doesn't only want to focus on domestic technology, they want to export this technology and also rise up to their international competitors as well. And again, they're focusing on the Vision 2030 to make it a robust, localized technology sector, which means they would be building sustainable cities and communities, investing in education, healthcare services, and many, many more, which would drive the economic growth. And I'll be talking about these points later on as well. So moving to the next topic, smart cities. So Andrew has covered some points, and yes, for UAE, the smart Dubai is actually aiming to make Dubai a smarter city by the end of 2021. This means it will be running initiatives, for example, conducting paperless transactions by December 2021, gathering and sharing data for customer happiness. That means providing more customized services, and would also be focusing on transportation as well. So that means more autonomous transportation and shared transportation solutions. There's also a city called Masdar City in Abu Dhabi. So this is actually a smart and sustainable city. So along with the clean energy solutions that they are using, is also now becoming a central hub for different innovative companies like G24 in the region as well. And as for Saudi Arabia, they're already building a smart city called NEOM. So they've started the development of the city in 2017, and it's a $500 billion project. And the city is going to be highly proficient in AI, big data, and Internet of Things. The city is actually focusing on 5 different pillars to build it. They're focusing on proximity, density, diversity, mobility, and sustainability of the city. There's also another project in NEOM that's coming up that's called Project Line. So the Project Line's communities will be cognitive, which means that they will be learning through constant interaction with the residents to become more efficient, sustainable, and resilient. So the next topic that we have is healthcare, and there's a lot of advancements being done in healthcare in the region. So DHA, Dubai Health Authority, has already planned to use AI and robotics to automate the surgeries and the procedures, which mean that they will be minimizing the chronic diseases or any dangerous diseases by analyzing the data. And there was an initiative for COVID-19 when the lockdown was going on in UAE as well. So there was a program called Oyun. So this program actually used AI to limit the movement of residents. So what it used to do was that it used to monitor the permits of the residents and who would be leaving their houses by using facial, voice, and even license plate recognition as well. And currently, the Dubai police is actually using smart helmets that is equipped with thermal cameras to detect infected patients like from a distance. So Saudi Arabia is also doing a lot in the healthcare sector as well. So the Saudi Data and AI Authority has already partnered with Royal Philips to drive AI in the healthcare sector. So they would be supporting and exchanging expertise and developing capabilities to enhance the healthcare services. This would also mean that there would be a lot of opportunities coming in the region in the healthcare sector, and there would be a lot of jobs created, which would even help with the national economy as well. The last point is another partnership that the Saudi Data and AI Authority has done with IQVIA. So this is actually a health information technology and clinical research company, and they have initiatives to do research in data and AI in the healthcare sector, build a center for innovation and knowledge, and also different training programs in AI and the healthcare sector. So moving on to the last point, the education system. So the Ministry of Education in the UAE is actually very particular when it comes to developing skills in AI, and they have already launched several initiatives. So the first one is that they've already started building 73 robotic labs in Emirati schools, and they've also launched the world's first AI university. So the university is called Mohammed bin Zayed University of Artificial Intelligence. So this is based in Abu Dhabi as well. There are also many educational programs and support educational programs such as the UAE AI Camp, the Think AI initiative, UAE AI Skills Academy, and there's also a UAE internship program as well. As for Saudi, they have already included digital skills in the education system. So these skills include AI, data science, and etc. And in certain schools in the Saudi, there's already been a platform for personalized education. So this actually uses artificial intelligence, and according to some of the research that was done for this platform, it helped the students understand the topic by 30%, and it also freed up some of the tasks for the teachers as well as like planning and other different tasks as well. And as a last point, Saudi is very keen on providing their citizens with the knowledge and skills to meet the future needs of the labor market that I will be discussing in the next slide. So as you've seen, like some of the strategies and the projects being implemented by the government in the Middle East, it becomes very clear that the UAE has clearly positioned itself to become a leader when it comes to AI, and it can definitely become a global hub for AI. Like, for example, the UAE already has its strategy for national AI strategy which includes many key themes that I've described before. So with all these initiatives, all these projects, there is definitely a chance to increase the GDP. And as I mentioned, that it would also reach its goal of 320 billion. And with so many projects coming up, it's obvious that the employment rate in the countries would also increase. And according to some of the global reports, nearly 133 million new jobs would be created in 2022 in AI and robotics. So by now, it might have actually become clear that a proper data and AI strategy needs to be in place for any kind of AI projects in the industry. And it's also clear that a well-defined plan is needed to implement the projects mentioned. So this actually brings me to the next topic that I wanted to discuss. That is, what is the approach that Capgemini takes when it deals with data and analytics projects? So as Capgemini is a French company, we've already also been established in the Middle East, have presence in the UAE and Saudi Arabia since 2007 with the expertise in areas like AI, which is the insights and data team, advisory and consulting, digital transformation, banking, and other services as well. There are 700 people in the region working with different clients in sectors like the financial services, the public sector, retail, telco, and also oil and gas. So keeping that in mind, every industry like the finance, public, etc., will have different models from each other. And it also becomes very important to note that most of these industries will be focusing on building POCs. And this is a point that Andrew addressed in one of his last slides as well, that it's not about building POCs, it's building scalable and deployable AI projects, which most of the organizations are lacking. So we want to deliver business outcomes and deliver intelligent, automated and intelligent applications that use business models when it comes to data and analytics. So as I mentioned, that a lot of business focus on POCs and fail to go beyond that stage, go beyond the POC stage to deploying the AI project. But according to some of the Capgemini reports, some of the organizations have successfully delivered these projects. And some of the principles that they adopted to do that is to operationalize, empower, nurture, and monitor and amplify their projects. So some concluding thoughts before we move to the Q&A session. So as I mentioned, with these clearly defined strategies implemented by the government in all the regions, it becomes very clear that the Middle East will become the next global hub for AI. And the last point, it's very important for organizations to smoothly transition from POCs to scalable AI projects. And yeah, that actually sums up my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Anchal. Now, I have a question for you, and then I have a question for Andrew, if he also would like to join us back on stage. So the question for you, Anchal, can the upcoming expo, which is in October, right, also be seen as a kind of a scouting event for AI tech from Dubai? And yeah.
That's actually a very great question. So there are a lot of initiatives and a lot of pavilions, as they call it, being developed in the expo, already been developed, and some of them are already open, like some of the sustainability, mobility. So AI is definitely a segment that would be occurring, and there would be definitely a lot of companies participating and a lot of different projects that would be shown at the expo event.
I am in fact hoping that I will be able to come to Dubai for the expo, both because there's so many connections I need to meet, and also because I would love to see the expo itself. So Andrew, I have a question for you. How should European startups best approach the opportunities in the UAE?
Right. So engaging in an active RFP process is a waste of time, and I didn't say that. So a lot of European startups come out and say, oh, we saw this RFP, we signed up for a government thing, it's not going to work. What you need to be doing is approaching independently those entities that are looking to do it. So literally just saying which entities are in Dubai, every one of them needs something. Approaching them directly will immediately get you that feedback. If you're a little bit more cash flush, there are entities, organizations that will place you directly with them. So there's a gentleman by the name of, he's not paying me for this, but it's by Tom Hudson. There's a number of others as well that focus very clearly on putting the startups together with the decision makers. And then you will get a chance in some of these entities, RTA, deal where they'll pay you to come out, show what you've got. Some will just say, come out on your own speed, show us what you've got. Thanks to COVID, you can do it on Zoom, but you'll get that conversation happening really quickly. RFPs, deal with that later.
Thank you very much. As a wise advice, also based on our own experience. Thank you very much, Anchal and Andrew, for your talks, your insight, and again to the audience, feel free to reach out to both of them and continue asking questions. And I hope that we will see each other again in not too long. Also, maybe face to face.
Definitely.
And maybe my business partner Naveed would join us back on stage. Hi, Naveed.
Hello. How are you?
So, yeah, this is great. I actually have a question for you.
Absolutely.
So you are a multiculturalist. You are an American Pakistani of origin. You have lived and worked in the Middle East for what, 16 years? You married an Austrian and now you live in Austria. And then you're a partner with a Scandinavian Viking. So you are truly like a cultural nomad, right? But with your experience from 20-something years in the tech industry, how would you recommend that European startups take or work with the opportunity of going to the Middle East?
I guess I'll use my own personal experience. When I came back from the US to Dubai for the first time, it was a bit of a culture shock for me. I mean, I came in with the mindset that, okay, I mean, a lot of Americans, a lot of Brits, a lot of Europeans, I mean, I can easily gel in, but it was a shock for me because it's a typical thing that the Middle Easterners say is respect the culture, respect the way, that the region that you have come into, respect the boundaries, I mean, that you are, walking into. So that's the first thing that I would say is always kind of keep yourself, up to date as to what the local norms are, what the local culture is all about, how business is done, with who business is done. Like Andrew rightly touched upon it. I mean, get to know who within a certain organization will be the right person to connect with, or else you'll end up spending months and months chasing the wrong people. I guess my 16 years in the Middle East have given me a lot of perspective, not only from getting to have that personal relationship with the contacts, but also getting to know how the system works, who to approach, when to approach, what kind of assistance to seek. There is a wrong conception that has been built that you walk into a Middle Eastern country and start talking about business. That's a major, major faux pas. Never do that. Middle Easterners are always, get to know us first. Let us get to know you, who you are, where you come from. Then let's establish a rapport before we talk business. And I think 16 years of my time in the Middle East, not once I can say that I have walked into a meeting and started pitching and started talking about business. Till date, I never do that. I've always, trying to maintain a momentum, get to know a bit about what the ecosystem is all about, get to know you're walking into a country with 200 nationalities. So you can see the kind of influx coming in from different nationalities. So culture shock, I mean, that's one thing, but irrespective where you're coming from, always respect the culture. I mean, you walk into a mall, at the entrance of the mall, it clearly states, respect the culture. Respect who we are, not where you come from. But I mean, that region provides tremendous opportunities. Some of them, that we are actively working on is to create that bridge. I mean, Andrew and Anchal both touched upon various initiatives. I mean, I've actively been personally involved into those initiatives. And I've seen that. I mean, that region is a sucker when it comes to knowledge and experience. Bring in real life experiences and share those experiences in that region. Then you have their ears and attention. But you walk in with fancy, proposals saying that quick, overnight could get rich schemes. I mean, that's something that's going to take you down. So yeah, I mean, it's all about get to know the culture, get to know the business norms, and then of course it is going to be a smooth ride.
Thank you very much, Naveed. I think from my perspective, I would summarize this great session with 3 topics. So first of all, the Middle East and maybe the UAE in particular is very international. And it's also very Western friendly. There is absolutely funding, but you need to do it right. You can't just go there and think that the money will fall in your hands, right? You need to know what you're doing. You need to be prepared. And you might want to think, is this the right time? Am I doing it the right way? If you're not, then you might not want to do it.
No, absolutely. I think I'll add, a quick point to that, Ellen. I saw that one of the questions was relating to what kind of, ecosystem that the region provides. I guess tomorrow, we have a session where we are presenting, one of the largest accelerators in the region that has heavily invested into startups, but also at the same time bringing in international expertise to come in for research-related activities and co-collaborations. That's where our company NBH comes into play. Is we create that platform. We understand the business norms in the Middle East, but also understand the business culture and the norms over here in the EU. So we're just trying to kind of create that bridge to show opportunities are there. How to get access to those opportunities is where we come in.
I think that is a great finale for this session. As Naveed said, we are currently running a session or hosting a session tomorrow at 10 o'clock about the AI ecosystems in the UAE. And we're also hosting a workshop in the afternoon. It's at 2:30. It's about the new or proposed AI Act for the European Union. Very well worth listening to. There will be some interesting perspectives. Absolutely. Thank you very much, Anchal, Andrew, and Naveed for participating in this session. Thank you to our audience. We hope that you will stick around tomorrow, and feel free to reach out to all of us. And also, please follow.
Not to forget the organizers, Clemens and Matthias, for their undivided attention.
Matthias and Clemens, I nearly forgot you guys because you're always in fact. Thank you very much, Matthias and Clemens, for organizing this and inviting us and helping us and making sure that everything works. Without you, we had not been looking good on stage.
Thanks for the roses, but it's like, bringing owls to Athens.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Yeah. Also,
thank you guys.
Anchal and Andrew, it was really an amazing session. Wow. We will also put this one afterwards online on YouTube and LinkedIn, because this was so much content that you normally do not get at an event. So really, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry about that. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Great, guys.
Have a great afternoon, and follow Network Development Hub on LinkedIn. There will be exciting information coming there in the coming days and weeks. See you around.
And we see you tomorrow at the UAE session in the morning. Perfect.
Great.
We'll be there.
Won't be long. So I wish you all a nice day, and thanks for tuning in.
Thank you.
So this brings me to the end of today's of day number 2. Yeah, as usual, the call to action goes out. Please check out the networking platform, make more meetings. I think in total, we are already close to 1,500 B2B meetings, which have been scheduled. And as far as the additional program is concerned, you will have workshops that take place tomorrow, plus a special session by EIT Manufacturing, where you can also find the information online. So with this, we're already 28 minutes behind time. I hope you enjoyed it. And yeah, if you have any suggestions, just reach out to us, like a couple of you are already doing on the networking platform. With this, thanks a lot. And yeah, looking forward to meet all of you tomorrow again.